item number 8.
3, 2, 1.
I would now like to call to order the July 17, 2024 meeting of the Indiana State Board of Education. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bess.
Present.
Ms. DeLosa.
Present.
Mr. Durham.
Present.
Dr. Ernest.
Here.
Mr. Gastineau.
Here.
Ms. Hamill.
Here.
Mr. Mapes.
Here.
Ms. Moat.
Here.
Ms. Rentschler.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Got it. Mr. Watts.
Here.
Dr. Jenner.
Here. Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Before we do that, I'll make the motion to move item 6 to item 8, please.
Okay, so we've done this the past few meetings just to get all of the information, the discussion items out prior to public comment so public can, respond to that in any way. So there's a motion to move item 6 to item 8. Is there
Second.
Second? Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the June 5th, 2024 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Well, welcome to the July meeting. It's always nice for us as a board to look out and see faces in the audience. Certainly we have a few people who likely watch online as well, but glad to have you here, glad to welcome you here. Board members, this is the last board meeting before we kick off the 24-25 school year. We have some of our schools that will actually start the end of July, so we're about 10 days out from quite a few schools starting. The bulk of our schools will start the first 2 weeks of August, but we just want to wish all of our schools the very best start. We know that we've had student learning going on throughout the summer. We've had a chance as a team to go visit everywhere from Rose Holman and what they do at their STEM summer camp to the Summer of Learning, which is scattered all over the state for our students who may have fallen behind, who are trying to catch up. We also know our teachers and school leaders and staff have been actively learning this summer and preparing. We have everything from, the second I start, I'm gonna miss a few, but everything from Get Your Teach On going on throughout the state to e-learning, major e-learning events. I think Joy Jam was yesterday, one of those events, and any number of literacy cadre events and strategic planning locally, et cetera. So thank you for all you've done to prepare for this school year ahead. And we also know this is a time when our parents and families are preparing their students with hopefully not only the supplies necessary, but also just that good attitude that we know as educators means a lot. But we do wish everyone the very, very best as we open school. Few things since the June meeting. Back in 2022, when we launched Indiana GPS dashboard, we shared that it was nimble, it would keep improving based on feedback from Hoosiers, and we have continued to have updates for the board multiple months over the past couple of years. We have another newest update, which is when you're on Indiana GPS, you have the ability to create a custom geographical search. We've heard that from both educators, we've heard that from parents and families about the value to get a sense, and instead of doing it the old-fashioned way, which I did 10 years ago when I was at Madison and pull everybody's data down and do comparative spreadsheets. Now, hopefully it's easier because you can customize the geographical area on where you'd like to search. You can also input a route and view schools along that route. You're able to view the location of a school from the summary school page, and more along the lines of that. We'll continue to improve Indiana GPS. And again, all of those improvements come from feedback from Hoosiers, so keep that coming. We also, since the last board meeting, were able to work with the Indiana Register, who posted the first draft of the rule. That's key, the first draft. I think we shared back in March, we're required by statute to have 2 drafts, so we are still in that first draft round. The first draft round will run until, or through, I should say, Tuesday, July 30th. We know that the posting from LSA says July 26th. We'll actually run that until July 30th because that's the date of the hearing. We'll continue to collect that data. So initially, we had planned as a board to make some second draft recommendations today. Because that rule draft is still open, we're going to hold to make any specific recommendations today. That will most likely come in August. Anytime you have a rule draft, there's also an opportunity for a public hearing. And some of our public, some prefer to email the thoughts in, some prefer to come and share verbally. You can do either or both. So if you're interested in sharing verbal thoughts, in addition to today and the past several board meetings, which we've had the opportunity to hear from many people, there is also a public hearing on Tuesday, July 30th at 10 a.m. That's right here in Indiana Government Center South, in conference rooms 4 and 5. You won't see the whole board there. That is typically staffed. The whole board will get the transcript, but you're welcome if you prefer to verbally share your thoughts. You're welcome to do that. And again, July 30th, 10 a.m. here at Government Center South. And I should also share, we're going to share some of the feedback data in terms of where we've received feedback. You're going to see that pie chart today. Every bit of feedback we've heard thus far since that March date when we launched is all going to be a part of recommendations ahead. So on that note, couple things for today. Today we will be releasing the iLearn and SAT data. You may know that statute requires us to release that in July. So you'll hear a presentation from Lynn Schemmel, our Chief Academic Officer. And then we'll also hear from Ron Sandland and partners from the Indiana Commission for Higher Ed, the Indiana Chamber, Indiana National Guard, who will join us on just give you some information on the processes we're taking to build out those seals. Again, we're trying to be as keep you as aware as possible every step of the way, and so it's just another opportunity to hear from our partners today. We'll also hear from Claire Fidian-Green, who will share a bit about the iLab work that is happening in Indiana. So, busy day, let's get right to it, but before that, let me offer to the board members any comments or reports.
Katie.
Yes, sir.
Just
Dr.
anybody
Ernest.
that's ever set up a meeting or an event will understand why I'm giving this shout out. But this room was used till late last night and people weren't able to set up the night before like they usually do. And I just want to give a shout out to the IDOA Conference Center people and our media people who had to get her early and get set up this morning and have that ready for us, and Monica Nab leading that. I think that's a shout out that's necessary to say thank you for doing that.
That's awesome. And Byron, I tell you, you always know things that others of us maybe don't. I did not realize our teams had to roll in early this morning, so thank you. Thanks for shouting that out, and thanks for all of you for getting this set up. Really appreciate that. Any other board member comments or reports? All right, let's go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
With a motion and a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right, so we're going to shift straight to discussion, as I mentioned, and we'll go in that order that I shared. So Lynn Schimmel, if you could come up, and we'll start with the iLearn SAT data, followed by the diploma update, followed by the iLab update.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. As Dr. Jenner shared, I will be updating you on our students' performance this year compared to the same groups in previous years. I'll share both iLearn and SAT scores, as well as efforts our IDOE teams have been working on in conjunction with educators and various partners. So first are our iLearn results. So before I get into the results, I just want to start off with some reminders about iLearn. iLearn is Indiana's accountability assessment in grades 3 through 8, assessing Indiana's academic standards. While we typically only report out about science and social studies at these meetings, various grade levels are also participating in those areas. I'll be coming to you next month to review our proposed cut scores for science due to assessing the new science standards. Our special education students with significant cognitive disabilities participate in the alternate assessment IM, which assesses the Indiana content connectors. As I talk about resources later, our teams will also be working on the same supports to supplement the content connectors that you approved earlier this year. The percentages that I share are a combination of at proficiency and above proficiency. We have 4 levels in Indiana, which also include below proficiency and approaching proficiency. And the assessment has been administered online for a number of years. So before I share the results, I just want to say thank you to our schools. Strong participation rates really provide us with the whole picture of how our students are doing. So overall, for students on the ELA iLearn assessment across all grades, they achieved a 41% proficiency rate, which is a slight increase of 0.3 percentage points from last year. On the math iLearn assessment, students achieved a 40.7 proficiency rate with a slight decrease of 0.2 percentage points from last year. This next slide shows a breakdown of proficiency for each grade level compared to the overall results. As we think about the students learning over the past few years, I just want to point out that the 3rd grade group represented this year is the last group widely impacted as they began their kindergarten year, possibly with a delayed start, 100% remote, or in a hybrid learning environment. Our students in grade 3 have the lowest proficiency in ELA, and the greatest proficiency level is at grade 8. But it's reversed in math, which you'll see shortly. 2019 was our first administration of iLearn. Over time, ELA proficiency rates have increased for grades 4 through 7 and declined for grades 3 and 8. This slide shows total increases and decreases from 2021 to 2024. We see the highest level of growth for grade 4, while grades 3 and 8 have had negative growth.
And let's just quickly on that. That is a 1 point in time, but it gives us a sense of when that baseline following COVID was established, and then where these students performed this year compared to that initial group. So it is a 1 point in time look.
Okay. And then similarly with math, here's our math performance across all grade levels and over time, including the overall results. This year, math proficiency rates increased for grade 7, decreased slightly for grades 3 through 6, and remained the same for grade 8. Just as we looked at that ELA performance since the pandemic, even though we saw math performance dips this year, our math performance shows growth from 2021 to 2024, with the greatest gain in grade 6.
And if you recall back to when we reviewed the 2021 data, really as a state, our math data took the biggest hit following COVID. So that was also our biggest recovery, and it remains our biggest recovery.
All right. Next, let's look at some breakdowns of the data. So here's our performance of our ethnicity student populations. Below each data set, we've added the overall percentage representation for each student population, since all groups are not equal in size. Highlighting 2 of our larger student populations for ELA, our Black students had the highest proficiency gains of 1.2 percentage points, while proficiency decreased slightly for our Hispanic students. Similarly, as we look at math proficiency for our ethnicity student populations, our Black students also had proficiency gains in math, 0.8 percentage points, while proficiency decreased for our Hispanic students about 0.4 percentage points.
The other notable on that is our Black students, you can see, have increased in math and ELA every single year since. It's not as common to see that. Sometimes you see the ups and downs because it can vary, but our Black students have continued to increase. Our multiracial students have as well, although math this year did stay the same compared to last year.
Here's a look at our performance of our special education students compared to our general education students. Comparing to last year, our special education students grew more than their general education peers, with a 0.6 percentage point increase in ELA, while our general education students grew 0.4 percentage points in the spring of 2024. Math proficiency increased slightly, 0.1 percentage point for students in special ed, and remained the same for students in general education compared to the spring of 2023. Moving on to English learners, here's our performance of our English learners compared to our general education students. English learners had a larger percentage point increase in ELA proficiency than our non-English learners of 0.8 and 0.5 percentage points respectively.
And if you recall, just really quick on this one, as a board, we had a discussion last year about our concern because our English learner students were not recovering quite as quickly as other student populations. So this was a good news element to see a slight bit of recovery, additional recovery. We hope to obviously continue that.
But however, for math proficiency grew slightly for our non-English learners, but did dip 0.3 percentage points for our English learners. This slide represents performance by our students with paid meals and our students provided with free or reduced price meals. Students receiving free or reduced price meals had proficiency increases in ELA, 0.8 percentage points, while those not receiving free or reduced price meals had a decrease of almost 1% of 0.9 percentage points. Similar to ELA, our students receiving free or reduced price meals had proficiency increases in math of 0.5 percentage point, while those not receiving free or reduced price meals had a decrease of over 1 percentage point. To recap, before discussing various supports, this slide is a review of what I shared and what Dr. Jenner commented on regarding the growth or decrease in proficiency since 2021. Our focused literacy efforts will continue in grades K through 3 and will be expanded to grades 4 through 8 this next school year.
Can we go back to that slide? We're getting a lot of questions, which is a great thing about when are our read scores coming? When are our read scores coming? Because we've, as a state, our educators have worked incredibly hard to try to overcome some of what we're seeing here. iRead scores will come in August. We'll release those. We have, as educators would know, as some parents, we have summer learning that happens, and then there's a window where some students may retake that. So I have not even seen that data yet, neither have you, Lynn.
Right.
So that comes in August. I'm ready for it as much as anyone, but just wanted to point that out.
So speaking of ELA, overall then our ELA scores increased by 0.3 percentage points, with the highest one-year increase in grade 4 of 1.5 percentage points and grade 7 of 2.3 percentage points. ELA proficiency is the highest it has been since the pandemic. As noted earlier, math has seen greater gains than ELA, with math proficiency increasing across all grade levels since 2021, the highest being in grade 6. While the gains are greater than ELA, we must still dedicate efforts to math improvement. Overall, we saw a slight decrease in math proficiency since spring of 2024. All proficiency rates fell within 1 percentage point as compared to last year, with a percentage point increase in grade 7. And then also, as a reminder, grade 7 had an increase in ELA proficiency of 2.3 percentage points.
Can I just pull a thread there? And Scott, this is usually a thread that you pull, because Scott always goes, looks at cohort to cohort. We also studied that data quite a bit. And and certainly could open that discussion. But when you look at the 7th graders who are going to be 8th graders and their significant increase, which is certainly exciting to celebrate, the one thing that we do have to be very real about is the 8th grade class, which happens to be the class my kids are in, some of your kids are in. Our 8th grade class going into freshman has typically performed lower than other cohort grades. So I just draw your attention to that because it looks like our 7th grade just really jumped up. But we have seen year over year over year that 8th grade class going into 9th grade has typically been lower. That was for you, Scott, that cohort to cohort comparison. All right, Lynn.
As seen earlier, our math proficiency rates are higher in 2024 for all student populations. Our Black students had an increase in both ELA and math proficiency and have seen large percentage increases since 2021, with 3.5 percentage points in ELA and 5.4 percentage points in math. Special education and students receiving free or reduced price meals had modest gains over last year in both math and ELA. After calling for additional targeted support for our EL students last year, they grew 0.8 proficiency percentage points. However, they continue to need targeted support for math. Next, I'd like to share efforts by our teams to support educators and families. Currently, educators and families are provided student scores at the end of the school year. For an educator, it may be too late to target specific students as they are moving on to the next grade level. They may be able to adjust their instruction over time to impact students or find gaps in curriculum or need additional resources when observing common data patterns. To support immediate adjustments and to provide more actionable and timely data for our educators and families, we are moving to a through-year assessment system. Since January of 2022, we began ideating on how we might improve our iLearn assessment. With the streamlining and prioritization of standards, it gave us the opportunity to build a through-year assessment to provide timely, actionable data while reducing the overall assessment time. We are really excited that 72% of our schools in grades 3 through 8 have opted in to participate during the 2024-2025 school year. Multiple schools are helping to support our pilot by participating in various focus groups such as reporting, remote proctoring, test administration, and professional learning. The system becomes operational for all schools in 2025-2026. Here's a look at the entire system. Beginning mid-September, the first checkpoint begins and is available for 9 weeks, allowing flexibility for teachers to give the assessment after students have had the opportunity to learn the standards. Assessing does not necessarily need to be a school-wide or a grade level-wide event like the summative may be for schools. The timing is flexible. Each checkpoint is extensively focused on essential standards, with data provided on subdomains with closely related, which are 2 to 4 closely related standards. After each checkpoint, a second opportunity opens and remains open until the start of the summative for those students who may need additional interventions or transfer into a school. All schools will administer an adjusted summative assessment at the end of this next school year, in which we've removed as many of the former standards that we could without impacting scoring. In the 2025-2026 school year, all schools will administer the iLearn checkpoints, including a shortened summative. Standard setting will follow then in the summer of 2026, as the assessment will reflect only the 2023 standards. And just a couple of reminders, the system is only for math and ELA, and the summative continues to be the only component for school accountability.
And a few things on this. So right now, the only thing that we have year over year over year has been that in summative, which every year we discuss in July. Our teachers have been major advocates over the years in considering why just a one-time assessment? Why don't we consider multiple checkpoints? It also is greatly beneficial to parents and families who may wonder where their child is. So we are very excited about this. We're the 13th state in the country to launch a through-year assessment of some kind. Every state does it a little bit uniquely for what's best for them. But to call out what you just shared, when you're a teacher in the classroom and you know a student is struggling and they test and they don't master the standard and then they never get a shot, at least to prove at the state level that they've got it. I think that is an exciting piece of this checkpoint assessment, that student can assess again and affirm that they've mastered that learning. There are other elements that people are probably excited about, but I do foresee State Board and Lynn, this is something that we'll need to talk about. The checkpoint 1, 2, and 3 data, and I see several school superintendents in here, we will not share school level, school corporation level data at that checkpoint. But what we may do is, as a State Board of Ed, rather than wait until July and once a year, we may be able to look as a state at what did checkpoint 1 look like? What are the standards that students are mastering? What are we struggling on? And then ultimately, how do we help support and triage where needed? So I would say expect that going forward. And again, hopefully we'll no longer have just a one point in time, here's the update, but we'll really know throughout the year. Any other comments from board members? I know several of you are big advocates for the checkpoint system. Any other comments on that? Keep going.
Great, thank you. And yes, as Dr. Jenner shared, there are many different models to the through-year assessment, and ours is truly about the opportunity to learn. And so we won't be sharing, the school-wide data like we do for the others, but it will give us good insight as to what additional support we need. So let's review some additional ongoing supports for grades 3 through 8. The Indiana Learns program continued with micro grants being provided to families for additional tutoring outside of their typical school interventions that are occurring. Over 20,000 students were enrolled in the program this past school year for almost 180,000 hours. We first began the program with students in grades 3 through 5 based on their previous iLearn scores, and then this past year expanded the program to all grades 3 through 8. With today's release of scores, we'll then begin a study to determine the intervention impact or that return on investment compared to our current iLearn results for those students.
And, can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
And that will be separated out like those students that participated?
Correct.
What their growth model is? Okay.
Yes.
So you've probably heard us talk about this more and more over the past few years, the return on investment of the money that we're spending. I mean, the education budget's about $10 billion in state dollars, not to mention the billions in federal dollars that flow in. Most recently, it's been more. It's key that we know what's working and what's not. And so many times as educators, we often say, we've got to be careful for one more thing. Totally agree. So let's cut out what's not working and let's continue to focus on what does. So we'll be very open about what that ROI study shows on Indiana Learns. Full disclosure, we paid for this with federal dollars. So if we as a state decide to sustain this, we will need to either leverage some of our title federal dollars or ask the General Assembly for an allocation.
Additional or ongoing supports include the emphasis on science of reading instruction through learning modules, the literacy endorsement, and cadre expansion to 4 groups and 600 schools through 2025. We currently have a list of formative assessments and universal screeners. While the list will continue, we'll adopt a preferred reading screener to support schools with guidance, data analysis, and professional learning in 2025. This spring, we completed our 3rd administration of iRead at grade 2. This has been an opt-in assessment as an early indicator of reading proficiency mastery of the reading foundational skills. We began with 38% of schools opting in, and we grew to 83% this past school year. Next year, the assessment is required for all schools at grade 2, with the option for a summer retest the following summer. Students who pass in grade 2 have met the grade 3 requirement and will not assess again. I mentioned the science of reading modules earlier. Currently, 5,500 educators have completed them. 25 professional growth points are awarded upon completion, which can be used towards license renewal. The Learning Lab continues to grow in numbers of subscribers and numbers of resources added to the platform, growing from 6,000 to nearly 70,000 users. The digital learning, assessment, literacy center, and teaching and learning teams are growing usage by creating the literacy, parent, and assessment hubs to streamline content and direct families and educators to. With the streamlining standards by 25% and prioritizing those most essential, corresponding standards documents needed updating. The teaching and learning team continues to refine the standards frameworks documents. The assessment team, with the support of educator committees and open feedback, designed the through-year blueprint to support scope and sequence and curriculum planning for schools. The work that the two teams have been doing with item specifications and learning progressions will complement data analysis by educators and will be a resource for families. The item specifications provide educators with examples of items, depths of knowledge, complexity in other areas for each proficiency level for use in daily instruction and classroom assessments. The learning progressions are a learning continuum composed by reviewing natural learning progressions and item performance statistics and breaking down the standard components to provide the knowledge and skills a student currently has based on the proficiency level achieved, the skills above and below based on vertical and horizontal standards and grade level articulation, and what's needed to move the student to the next level. The teams have been providing webinars as well as professional development directly to school staff to support the use of these resources.
The one thing on this, before you go to ongoing support, we've had quite a few new superintendents across all school types, new principals, new leadership, and some have reached out and said, I want to know everything we are seizing and using and anything that maybe is still on the table that we could use. If there's any new leadership out there that has shifted into a school corporation or a school, please feel welcome to reach out. We're glad to help fill in any holes that we can with support. So keep going.
Definitely. We continue to explore ways to maximize the GPS, which was mentioned earlier, to serve as data collection, data analysis, and data visualization tools for student and school performance. We released our first high-quality curricular materials list for literacy, STEM, and early learning, and will soon begin work with vendors and various stakeholders for a second list, including offering rubrics that schools can use for their own review of other core and intervention materials. We continue to provide financial support through various grants to support instructional practices. The academics team have designed a math priorities plan to mirror the work of the Literacy Center. The plan includes reviewing math policies and early intervention strategies to support educators in grades K through 2 in the forms of modules and a toolkit. This work will be concluded in December. One math module focused on content and pedagogy and universal supports was released with more of them to follow. Last week, the teams worked with K-2 educators to develop similar math learning progressions as I described earlier for grades 3 through 8. Now on to our SAT results. The SAT is our federal high school accountability assessment and is administered to our grade 11 students. Indiana requires a college entrance exam with the proficiency cut score set at the college readiness benchmark. For the SAT, we have 3 proficiency levels, below, approaching, and at college ready benchmarks. Educator committees help to set the proficiency cuts with the approaching level designated to represent that students with 1 more year of high school would be college ready upon graduation. Here are the benchmark scores. As a reminder, students can use the SAT to satisfy the post-secondary readiness graduation pathways requirement. This slide represents performance levels of our students for evidence-based reading and writing at the 3 proficiency benchmarks. While our proficiency grew slightly at the below mark, our approaching number declined, but our college ready benchmark grew by 1.3 percentage points. Evidence-based reading and writing mean scores decreased nationally in 2024. The mean score decreased 5 points in Indiana versus 7 points nationally.
And I think that's key as I know you're going to hit on this again. When we initially saw our data and heard from schools, there was a bit of concern because of the SAT scores. So Lynn and team reached out to College Board you're going to talk some about this, but there were some assessment shifts which caused the mean score nationwide to go down and in Indiana. I know you'll hit more on that, but keep going, Lynn.
And then here's our results for math. The number of students at the below college ready benchmark grew 7.5 percentage points, with our at college ready benchmark decreasing over the last 2 years. This past year by 5.5 percentage points. SAT mathematics mean scores also decreased nationally in 2024. The mean score decreased 18 points in Indiana versus 8 nationally. As we review the overall results, we look at what may have caused the decreases, reviewing changes in student learning and/or the assessment. Just as a side note, like I shared about our current third graders, the students who participated in the SAT this past year were seventh graders in the spring of 2020 and eighth graders in 2021 during a year of hybrid instruction. So if we think about math, they have had the lowest eighth grade iLearn math scores and may have additional learning gaps during their Algebra 1 instruction, which is extensively measured on the SAT. While this was the third year for Indiana students to take the test online, the test design did change this past school year. The SAT is now a stage adaptive test. Students take 2 modules, the first being the same level with a mixture of easy, medium, and hard items. Depending on how the student performs, the student is then directed into a module with a range of easier items or a range of harder items. Each module has the same number of items, same length of time, and students have the same opportunity to reach that at-college benchmark. The SAT is using a new scoring model in which difficulty and the complexity of the items are taken into account with scoring, and we use the same model for iLearn. SAT has the same overall scale, the 200 to 800, which you're used to seeing for each content area, but there are now more opportunities to score along that scale due to the differentiation of the items that the student is receiving. With the differentiation, the new scoring model provides a more precise measurement of the student's knowledge and skills. College Board has completed 2 studies, which concluded that the scores are comparable between the 2 designs. As we review other factors that may have contributed to low performance, one area that we review is our attendance, and specifically our chronic absenteeism, which impacts student learning. Our data for the last 2 years of graduates who achieved the at-college ready benchmark show that in the year prior, as a grade 11 student, those students were chronically absent, who were chronically absent, underperformed their peers by 24.7 and 23.6 percentage points, demonstrating a need to focus on student apathy as we consider our high school redesign efforts. And then lastly, sharing some current and next steps to support our high school educators include whenever there is a change in standards and/or a change in assessment design as a federal requirement for our peer review, we must have a new alignment study completed by a third party to ensure that the assessment aligns with our Indiana academic standards. Educator committees met in June to review the SAT items compared to standards. We'll have a draft report later this month. Upon reviewing that report, then our teams in collaboration with educator committees will then use that report to generate assessment resource documents, similarly to the learning progression documents that I was sharing about earlier, and an Indiana SAT blueprint to support scope and sequence of standards for emphasis in the high school math course progression. And then, in addition, IDOE as well as College Board provide professional learning opportunities throughout the year.
All right, let's pause for questions, discussion.
Can I go?
Yes, sir, BJ.
As we look at the SAT data, I think it's important for us to remember
Pull your
that,
mic in just a little bit.
that we're, now every single student is taking this test. So there's probably some students that are not college bound, don't want to be college bound, that may not take this test as seriously as others. So I don't want us to lose sight of that we're forcing students to take a test that they have zero interest in. So I don't want us, I don't want us to lose that those numbers may be a little skewed by those students that truly this test has no value to them.
Yeah, following up on that, and I think Greg and I had talked a little bit about in our meeting the other day, is it possible to your point, BJ, to retroactively look at the scores of those students who do go on to post-secondary and see what their SAT scores were and wash out the others to see what our students who are going to post-secondary, what that looks like. And that'll tell us a little bit about the preparation of students who need to take the SAT, need to do well on it, versus those who may just sit there and
A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, yeah.
just go down through the list. My other question, and this is a longer term thing, and probably relates more to the iLearn, is Indiana's demographics are shifting over time. And while it's great that, you know, our black students have shown progress, our English language learners have shown progress, the bar was really, really low, right? I think the 21 results for our black students was like 11% pass, and now it's up to 14. Like that's, if we keep on that trajectory, I'm gonna be in a home before we get to any kind of acceptable result, right? Actually, that could be next year. So, so it would be interesting to look at demographic projections now through, let's say, 2030. It says, here's what Indiana's population is going to look like across all of our grade levels. We kind of have a pretty good sense of that. And then look at the trajectory of our scores, and then kind of with some really good mathematical modeling going, okay, look, here's what's expected as our number of, you know, Hispanic students increases, ELL students increases, our number of black students increase. Here's what our overall scores are projected to look like in 2030. My guess is it's not going to be great, and then set some goals of let's beat that, right? So I would really like to see, again, that's a longer term thing. That's not, hey, come back next month with it, but I think it's important for us to kind of acknowledge as a board, like, here's what our world looks like 5 or 6 years from now, and get some energy around, like, we can't be satisfied with a 1 point or a 2 point increase in some of these subgroups when those subgroups are going to grow and influence the overall scores and influence what happens to our college going rate, to our workforce, to all the things that are going to happen going out those out years. Anyway, it struck me looking at those results going, it's great. And again, kudos to everyone who's working hard to get those increases, but it's not enough. Like we've got to really have a sense of urgency and our hair on fire around some of those things. So.
Thank you.
I love the idea of pulling those students out, just because what I don't want us to do is look at students that are electricians now that we're somewhat calling a detriment by looking at just this SAT data that truly aren't. So I love the fact that we're going to pull them out. I mean, this is a, are you prepared for higher education test? So let's look at those students. Yeah, I like that.
You're hitting on his first point. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anything else? Or online? Okay, yeah, I mean, we have work to do. We know that. We're going to continue to roll up our sleeves as educators and keep working hard, and also partner with our parents and families. It has to be a partnership. We can maximize learning the most, we know this, when it's educators plus the parents and families partnering for the child. So thank you, Lynn, for sharing the information. Thank you, board, for the questions and discussion. Let's shift to the high school diploma redesign update. Ron Sandlin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jenner. Awesome. And incredibly excited to present an update to you all today as we continue to process and respond to feedback we're receiving on the proposal. We have exciting information and updates on partnerships that are emerging surrounding this work to share today. And we actually have some folks who we're partnering with to share some of their work with you directly today. So really excited because these partnerships are emerging as a result of this work. And there's a lot of evidence to show that these conversations would not be as strong if we weren't having these conversations as a state. So I really encourage all of us and thank you all for pushing us in that direction. So we'll do a quick level set on where we've been and this is just to make sure that as we're going through, everybody's clear on timeline and process. Then we'll dig into the readiness seals that we've presented in the past, and we'll have our partners who are working on each of those seals alongside us present their initial kind of approach to that work, including the Commission for Higher Education, the Indiana Chamber of Commerce, and the Indiana National Guard, and I'll introduce those folks at the appropriate time. And then we'll also kind of go through some information that we're getting from College Board and the International Baccalaureate program. Some conversations that are emerging, again, as a result of these statewide and national conversations. And then we'll close up with just a reminder on the rulemaking timeline and make sure every stakeholder understands how they can influence and provide their input into this process and know those key dates and such. So we've all seen this slide, an iteration of this slide several times. We think it's very important to be transparent about where we are at every single moment, because in between meetings, things evolve and emerge and things shift slightly, although we are sticking predominantly to our original plan. So robust engagement over the past 4 months since launching this on March 27th. We are currently in the first round of feedback, and I think that's really important for people to hear. We've had countless meetings around the state. We've received, and we'll give an overview of this in a second, thousands of comments online, and we are still in that first phase. So your voice is still being heard. It can still be elevated. It can still be heard. And that first phase will go through July 30th. July 30th, and Dr. Jenner mentioned that earlier, and I'll close with that information as well. We launched the new readiness seals, which we'll dig in today at the June 5th board meeting. We're really excited to share progress to date in the partnerships that are emerging there. And then launched the first draft of the rule, as I mentioned, which was heavily designed from the March 27th board meeting that folks are responding to as we speak. And I think it's important to talk about who's sharing feedback. Through the department's efforts and Dr. Jenner's intentional efforts and outside of the department engagement, right, meetings, listening tours, those types of things. We are hearing from folks across the spectrum. You can see we've received over 6,300 respondents on the JOT form. That only includes online submissions. We've talked to countless, probably hundreds more folks in in-person meetings. Both myself, Dr. Jenner, and other people from the staff. We're hearing from business and industry, parents and families, which is a critical stakeholder in this work, educators, community members. We have a broad coalition of voices that are informing this process, and we encourage everyone to continue to share their voices.
Can you
as we
pause
consider
really
this
quick?
feedback.
This slide was supposed to be replaced with the one with the correct percentages. I see those of you doing math. We did that same math yesterday and said, put the update in.
I'll explain briefly. I don't have the updated numbers, but the reason these don't add up to 100 is because there are duplicates. We have parents who are teachers, right? And so of the total respondents, you can look at this as 44% of the respondents designated themselves, like I am responding. I'm talking to the people behind me because they're the ones who all laughed when you said it doesn't add up to 100.
Yeah. You can turn around and look at them. You're welcome
I'm responding as a community member, right? They're bringing that voice, but they also might have been responding as a parent, right? We all, bring different identities to the table when we're responding and sharing feedback. And so I think folks selected those things that informed their feedback. So every parent is a community member, but we know that some parents only selected parent. What that signals to us is their feedback is generated from a perspective of my child, my home, and what's best for that, right? And if they said parent and a community member, they might play a larger role in their community. Their perspective might be shaped by a larger perspective. Both equally valuable, right? It's not to say one's more valuable than the other. That's why they don't add up to 100.
So then I'm going to live ask my team, since I don't want to be rude and text if we could put a note on that for the general public who's maybe not in this room, so that we have clarity on that duplicate piece.
Yeah.
Because I'm tracking and you have both options, but we just need to add that clarity. Thank you very much. And media, please don't use this version without the note.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah, and it is on the bottom. Respondents can select multiple stakeholder groups, but that doesn't give enough.
In size 6
no,
font.
I know, and
we'll do better.
Yeah,
we'll do better. All right.
I'm absolutely with you.
Thank you, Ron, for that.
Yeah, I appreciate I'm glad that you had me explain that. So as we go forward, we hope to continue to hear from broad stakeholders. And I think what's really important is having these data available inform our ability to target our outreach, and that work is taking place, right? So where we see opportunities, where we see that we need voices and to elevate voices, we can do that work because we have these data thanks to our incredible partners that are supporting us on this work. Which, thinking about incredible partners and targeting input, smooth, I know. We're going to jump into the Readiness Seals, where we have 3 fantastic organizations that serve in the state of Indiana who will share a little bit about their approach, their initial approach to this work. Before I bring them up, I'm going to give a quick overview for everyone of where we've been. So we introduced the SEAL concept at the June meeting, and since then we've been aggressively pursuing the process for building these out. As you know, we are thinking about an enrollment seal, an employment seal, and an enlistment seal, and that second word is very important. This is not an eligibility seal. We are developing readiness seals. We want folks to understand what the data show us and what our experts are telling us is going to make sure that you're successful when you get there, right? Just because you don't earn an enrollment seal, it does not mean you're ineligible from going to post-secondary. And I think that's really, really important. It's a lot of the conversation we've had so far. So that enrollment ready seal is about preparedness, not about eligibility. Same with employment ready, same with enlistment ready. So each seal will include course offerings, and the Department of Education will work with each of the groups that are going to present today to make sure those course sequences are aligned to Indiana standards and what schools are doing, right, and practical and pragmatic. They're not exclusive. So students can earn multiple seals, and they apply to both diploma types. And they're meant to provide that assurance within the flexibility. So within the proposal, we have a lot of flexibility. The seals are meant to provide that assurance for parents, schools, and communities, right, that if a student does these things within that flexibility, right, they will be prepared for their post-secondary pathway. And I think that's really important. So think about them kind of as college majors, although not as narrow. You can earn multiple, but it's going to be hard. Right? It's going to be harder to earn multiple. Some students will. You can also earn them for either diploma type. So GPS or GPS Diploma Plus, you can earn a seal. And then I mentioned this before, but I want to reiterate, the optional seals will play a critical role in clarifying expectations for families, communities, and schools within the flexibility. We know the flexibility is important so that students can craft their unique pathway, but we also know that flexibility comes with a lot of challenges and kind of questions to be answered, right? And so these seals are to help guide those decision points along the way so people aren't making questions or answering questions in the dark. And so before I turn it over, I just wanted to see if there were any reactions or responses or questions before I handed it over, because I didn't want to pop back and forth. Perfect. Go ahead, Scott.
Scott, yeah, he leaned in.
It was almost perfect, Scott. It was almost.
It was close. It was close. No, I think, obviously, we had a ton of feedback, and even, talking to other board members about the idea of, well, the flexibility was, going into this, was one of the most requested things with the diploma. It's also one of those deals where, hey, you have maximum flexibility, and people go, oh, wow, now what do I do? Because you have all these options and all these choices. And I think the seals give us an opportunity to have some paths, but again, we're not forcing students, because it is entirely possible for a student not to get the enrollment seal, but yet craft their journey through high school such that any college in the state of Indiana would say, we're going to admit you, we want you, right? Likewise, it's important to note that getting an enrollment seal doesn't mean you're going to get automatically admitted to a university, right? It's like people got academic honors diplomas for a long time and could not get into a Purdue, IU, or Rose-Hulman, someplace like, because they were looking at their courses and their grades and all the other things that go with it. So I think it's not, again, this isn't prescriptive in a sense of you have to do this if you want to go to college or if you want to get into a workforce or into the military, but it does give guidelines, suggestions, and it helps, I think, through this transition period. While we experience this, it may be another 4, 5, 6 years before people get really good at crafting those paths as the technology tools come along to help with that. So I think this is it's a good start and it's a good transition. And I think the fact that we've got these external groups who we're going to hear from helping craft this is really, really helpful, because this is like, no, these are the people who know the best, who can say, this is what we need to do. And I think keeping it as simple as possible, right? We've gone from multiple diplomas down to just the 2. Having the 3 seals, I think, is helpful. And again, it should help people with that planning and that crafting of what's going to happen next. So I think this is really good work.
Great. Yeah, that is the vision, and I'll come back up after the presentation. So we'll hear in that order: enrollment, employment, enlistment from the Commission for Higher Education, the Indiana Chamber, and the Indiana National Guard. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce Josh Garrison from the Commission for Higher Education, Senior Associate Commissioner and Chief of Staff. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you, Ron, and good morning, board members. Appreciate you having me here, and thank you, Dr. Jenner, as I get situated here. You mentioned today, and you mentioned last time, how we're in a first draft stage and that there will be a second and a final draft. And we at the Commission appreciate the opportunity for us to provide the constructive feedback that you've asked for over the past few months. And your team here, David and Ron, have been great to work with, and we appreciate it, and we look forward to see where all this lands. We know that where we started is not where we will finish, and we look forward to partnering as we move forward. Those of you who do not know me, my name is Josh Garrison. I'm the Chief of Staff at the Indiana Commission for Higher Education. Commissioner Lowry couldn't be here today. He is currently in D.C. He doesn't land until this afternoon, so you have me instead. So what I want to do is level set with you about what the Commission for Higher Education is, because I think that's important as we partner with the State Board and the department, that you understand more about the Commission. So to begin, when you think about us, you may think about just 2- and 4-year degrees, and those are extremely important. Indiana needs more 2- and 4-year degrees. But we're about all levels of educational attainment, from a short-term certificate to a 30-credit-hour Indiana College Core, to a technical certificate from Ivy Tech, all the way to PhDs, law degrees, MDs, modern youth apprenticeships, registered apprenticeships, all of the above. We are about all education and training beyond high school, which is why in 2009, the Commission for Higher Education adopted Lumina's goal that 60% of Hoosiers have some sort of further education beyond the high school diploma. When that started, we solely looked at bachelor's and associate degrees at that time, and when we started, we were 39th in the country. Unfortunately, we remain 39th in the country, and we are still 40th in the country for bachelor's degrees and higher. We need more of these degrees from our Hoosier students for them to compete in the economy. One of the bright spots, though, that we've had are sub-associate degree attainment. We are currently a top state in the nation for sub-associate degree attainment, and when you combine both of those, both associate and bachelor's and sub-associate, we are 28th in the nation for educational attainment, roughly at 53% of Hoosiers having something beyond high school.
And Josh, could you just explain the definition of what a sub-associate means, so we're all
Yeah,
on
any
the same
sort of
page?
short-term credential, license, anything that is in that either, roughly 9 to 30 credit hour or a 45 credit hour space, as well as non-credit programs, items like that. So it is a broad item that's really been pushed by things like the Workforce Ready Grant, the work at Ivy Tech to stack degrees in Vincennes and other institutions. So thank you for that, Dr.
Yeah.
Jenner. We do know, though, that we need more students pursuing post-secondary education. If you look at our numbers right now, we have flattened. We're on about a decade-long decline in our college going rate. We flattened at about 53%. Do want to point out that's 53% of high school graduates, not 53% of every student sitting in high school class right now. So that is of the students who graduate, 53%. We know we need more individuals to pursue post-secondary education. Yeah, Purdue as well.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I will hear
You should
that.
say IU too.
I will hear that from my institutional partners. All right, on that one. So with that, we know we need more students to pursue, man, oh man, I need some water, post-secondary education. Not because it's what's needed for the economy, that is important, or not because I'm the higher education guy and I like higher education, that is true. But we know that it's what they need to be successful in today's economy. Higher education opens up doors and opportunity for economic and social prosperity and mobility. And when we look at the data, it shows across all levels, as we increase our educational attainment, outcomes improve. There are greater wages, lower unemployment, higher labor force participation rates, greater wealth, as well as a myriad of social benefits as we look at these. Now, I do want to address that we all know that outlier, that individual with an 8th grade education who's a millionaire, but those are the outliers, and the policy should not pursue outliers. We should pursue what the data shows us to do. And what it shows is that an individual who has a college degree is 5 times less likely to be unemployed than someone without a high school diploma. Our labor force participation rate for college graduates is 29 percentage points higher for individuals without or with a bachelor's degree than those without, and 16.4% higher for those with a bachelor's degree than those without, or with a high school diploma. The median income is almost twice as high as a bachelor's degree holder than a high school graduate. So we know that we need more of these, and we need all of the above, which is why it's important that we work with the department and the board and our institutional partners to outline these pathways and the courses required, not just so, as Ron said, students can enroll, but so that they are prepared to enroll in post-secondary education, and that is key. We want students to go on to college, but more importantly, we want them to complete college, and we want them to complete the degree and credential that aligns with their pathway. So I want to share some of the guiding principles that we have. Now, these are not all of them, obviously, but we want to make sure that we maximize every student's educational attainment during K-12 and beyond. We've done this with things like the Indiana College Core, the next level programs of study, embedding certificates and dual credits within those. We know that students who are exposed to college level and higher education level courses earlier on are more likely to complete post-secondary education as well as enroll and move forward in their career. We also want to make sure that students, as we've said, are prepared to enroll and that they're choosing to pursue higher education in any of its forms. And again, we are talking about all programs beyond a high school diploma. And also what rigorous courseworks and experiences in high school contribute to completion rates. Again, I'll repeat it may sound like a broken record, but completion is what is important. We need them to enroll, but more importantly, we need students to complete so they can actually achieve the benefits that we talked about earlier. We look forward, as I said, to working further with the department to outline where we're going to go with these seals. We are moving very quickly. We've already started convening our higher education institutions. As you all know, higher education moves very quickly, and we're very fast to change. So we are working as fast as we can to get everyone together and all of the partners to provide feedback, and we should have more feedback to you as soon as next month. We are working with our in-state institutions, both public and private, both 2- and 4-year, as well as we're looking at the requirements for what out-of-state students require, because we need to ensure that a student who wants to pursue an out-of-state institution can do that with this diploma. Additionally, we'll work with the department to hear from K-12 partners and from our schools. With that, we are in the beginning stages of this, but as I said, we will move quickly to ensure that students and parents know the pathways that they need to take so they can enroll in post-secondary education.
And thank you, Josh, for your incredible partnership. What I'd like to do, board, is let's get through all 3 of the seals, and then we'll open it up for questions, discussion. So again, thank you, Josh, for your partnership. Ron, would you like to introduce our next guest?
Yeah, thanks again, Josh. And before I do, I'll just say thanks a ton for the CHE to inviting us to the to CHE for inviting us to the table. A lot of words there throughout this process, so I appreciate that a lot. Next, we'll hear from the Indiana Chamber of Commerce, represented by Jason Biersch, Vice President of Education and Workforce. Jason.
You can call me Ron to Josh.
Yeah. It's not like I don't know you.
Certainly been called worse. Good morning, Dr. Jenner, members of the State Board of Education. Happy to be here and share a bit of our thinking and how we think we can be value added in this process. My presentation will be very similar in structure to what you heard from Josh a minute ago. And as Ron said, I currently serve as Vice President of Education and Workforce Development for the Indiana Chamber of Commerce. In the spirit of transparency, in prior lives, I served stints at both the Higher Ed Commission as well as the State Department of Education. So I got my punch card filled. I think that entitles me to a free sub somewhere, but besides that, that's the lens that I approach this work, is kind of the intersection between those 3 sectors. At the risk of stating the obvious, What is the intention or the thinking or the motivation behind the employment seal? Well, it crosses a few different areas. One, we know we have a large number of students that want to get directly into the workforce and start earning a paycheck and getting that on-the-job experience, which this employment seal would be designed to provide an avenue to do so. But I want to be clear in pointing out that we don't view this employment seal as an alternative to education and training beyond high school. It's really just a matter of the timing and the sequence in which that happens. And I should say, we're hearing from a lot of our members that are intrigued by the relevance that these new diplomas may offer, but also are equally attentive to wanting to make sure we have that rigor as well. And I would say our employer community is just as interested in the enrollment ready seal as they are the employment ready seal. So again, education attainment is a through line irrespective of which of these three seals that students choose to pursue. And as Scott mentioned earlier, it's very likely that students would qualify for two or more of these seals. But continuing on, beyond earning money and on-job experience, certainly want to gain career-relevant knowledge and skills, as well, general skills that have broad applicability across the labor market, as well as providing avenues for students to start to acquire those more specialized skills that are specific to a given industry sector. And then last but not least, giving students an opportunity to grow their professional network, make connections with others in their chosen field. We're viewing this as step one in a longer-term career trajectory. So three kind of overarching questions. First, how can we ensure that students pursuing a career immediately after high school have the greatest career opportunities possible? These will be entry-level positions, but the goal here is not to provide a seal that qualifies students for minimum wage jobs only. Ideally, these would be positions that have a longer-term career trajectory and opportunities for students to earn additional credentials that are stackable towards higher-level positions over time. Second, how do we ensure more students graduate high school with both the transferable skills needed to succeed in any career, as well as the more niche or specialized skills for specific industries, particularly our emerging high-wage, high-demand industries? And then last but not least, and today is part of this effort, how do we proactively engage business industry sectors to ensure that our students leaving high school are prepared to meet the needs of the economy and the larger workforce? But we have to work on a parallel track to equip our employers as well. I mean, I think it's worth noting that we've got a lot of large corporations in Indiana, but the vast majority of companies in Indiana are small and mid-sized businesses. And oftentimes, if they have an HR person, they look an awful lot like the CEO, look an awful lot like 5 other jobs. And so as we're kind of encouraging and leaning on our membership and the larger employer network that they need to lean in and engage earlier and more deep in the past, we're going to have to think creatively about how we equip them to provide these opportunities to students, because there's, as you all well know, there's a lot of coordination that takes place before and after work-based learning experiences, well before the student actually has the opportunity to access those experiences. And then next, as I said, this is part of a larger engagement effort. We intend to work closely with the department, particularly for those first two constituencies, K-12 schools and students. Certainly the department has more opportunities to engage directly with those constituencies that we do, but we think that we can really bring some value added in these three remaining groups on this slide. Of course, starting with businesses and industry leaders across sectors, across geographies, and across business size. We also intend to leverage, there's a couple sister associations that we work with closely, one with local chambers of commerce as well as economic development professionals. So we want to make sure that as we begin to get into more concrete details about what this might look like, that it's responsive and reflective of the needs regionally across the state as well as the state as a whole. And then last but not least, I know there's been a lot of discussion over the last few years about the really important role that regional intermediary organizations play to make good on the promise from legislation that's been passed the last couple of years, but really just that coordination, that intersection, that synergy between education, employment, and the larger community. You may or may not know that at the Chamber, we currently are the hub for what's called the Indiana Talent Network, which is essentially a statewide network of regional intermediaries. Think, ROI in the Uplands area, Echo in Columbus, HEA up in the Elkhart area. So it's our intention to work with them to think through what this seal might look like and how we can leverage the access they have to employers and educators in their community as well. And then, like everything else, the goal will be to come back to this group over the next couple months with a more concrete draft of what we're hearing from the employer community in terms of what the needs and opportunities are and how that can feed into recommendations around required courses, experiences, and sequences of these courses and experiences. And I think that's the end of my slide. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. And I do just want to reiterate, I know we want to move, but I do want to reiterate an important point that Jason mentioned. These seals are not terminal, right? They are meant to set students up for success once they leave and prepare them for a lifelong journey of learning. No one says, well, the enrollment seal, all they're going to get is a bachelor's. No, we just assume, right, that if you enroll, if you want to pursue your education, you continue it. Same for the employment seal. We hope that that sets students up with stackable credentials of currency so that they can continue their education, just as a bachelor's recipient would continue their education beyond to a master's and a PhD. So I think it's really important to point out that these are not terminal seals, and Jason definitely mentioned that that work, and that's a key design feature. Did you have something, Katie? Or
No.
Dr. Jenner? Sorry.
No.
Lastly, really excited, and I'm not going to get on my soapbox, and I'm saying that so I don't, is the enlistment seal. The training that goes on in our military and armed forces is second to none. And I have a student who has seen more countries than I will probably ever see in my life, from Indianapolis, first generation, parents didn't go to college. And he's seen more countries serving as an electrician in the Air Force and experiencing a robust, fulfilled life because of the opportunities that he's been provided by our armed forces. And when he comes home, he is going to be prepared for a lifelong of successful and sustained employment and engagement in his community and being a productive member of our state. And so this work hits close to home for me, and I'm incredibly excited to introduce Major General Lyles, the Adjutant General of the Indiana National Guard, to give an update on our enlistment ready seal.
Thank you, Ron, for that kind introduction. Thank you, Dr. Jenner, and thank you, Board, for allowing me to come here this morning and speak about the enlistment seal. I'll tell you, after almost 40 years of service, I'm as excited about this line of work as I've been in a long time. I woke up this morning at 4 o'clock ready to come to work. Two reasons, primarily because of this meeting, but 465 construction. So I had to be truthful. I'm a very transparent person. So thank you for having me here today. And Dr. Jenner, thank you for allowing the Indiana National Guard to collaborate in such an important space. And it's our honor to be a partner with you. I'd also like to mention and thank you for helping us with our efforts to increase the opportunities for our veterans to teach. I'll tell you, that's a line of effort that we want to continue to strengthen. And people coming off of active duty, people that serve in the National Guard have a service attitude, and those are teachers. And I think any pathway that we can make to set that up for our veterans is going to go a long ways with helping employ our teachers. So today I have basically 3 slides that I want to work through, 3 objectives that I want to accomplish. The first slide will really talk about how the enlistment seal will create opportunities, kind of as Ron had indicated, for our high school students. And then the second slide will talk about how we're going to make informed decisions about advancing this line of effort. And then finally, we'll talk about our stakeholders. So with this first slide, it's about opportunities. And so what I want to do is just talk a little bit about myself. And I don't like doing that, but I'm going to share this. So quite frankly, I was a high school student that I will use the word drifted through high school and came out about center mass in my class. And about June, figured out, I passed the ASVAB test and I'm going to go into the military. Well, I went in primarily because my dad's a retired Army officer. And without really having a plan, an hour after getting off the bus at basic training, I had a plan. And that plan included higher education and bettering myself and achieving the highest standards that I could achieve. And so today I stand here as a Major General in the Army National Guard with federal recognition, with 3 academic degrees and a lot of Army training, all paid for by the military, paid for by the Army. So I am what I would describe as a better husband, a better father, a better citizen, and a better person because of the military. And that's why I'm excited about helping Dr. Jenner and the team with this line of effort. And so the military provides opportunities. And so this enlistment seal, I believe, as Mr. Bess indicated, should be looked upon as something that is simultaneous with the other seals that are being presented today, because it is important that we understand that, and the opportunities that the Indian National Guard offers our citizens are immense. And so, for example, we offer 100% tuition reimbursement for people who join the military, Indiana National Guard. 100% free, any state college in Indiana, paid for by our National Guard supplemental grant. And if you're a full-time student at a university, I will exempt you from a deployment until you achieve your academic degree. And normally there's a 6-year enlistment, and it's pretty easy to do that. And then secondly, as far as the enroll piece goes, we provide almost every military occupational specialty in the Indiana National Guard, everything from cyber credentialing to an electrician, to a plumber, to a bulldozer operator, to an airborne ranger, jumping out of airplanes. We offer all of those things. So we absolutely concur that these SEALs are simultaneous. Next, I'd like to talk about the informed decision on the next slide. So this is what we want to get after here is this. 77% of high schoolers are not qualified to join the military right now. And it's
I think you need to say that again because that is so startling. You've said it to me a couple times. Say that point one more time.
Yeah, 77% of high school students are ineligible for joining the military. And it's for 3 reasons. The first reason is the struggle with passing the ASVAB exam. The second reason is because of health considerations. And the third reason is because of a character issue or a moral issue. And if we put this enlistment seal together, we can help the majority of that 77% population overcome that obstacle. And I'll tell you, the military is not have such a high benchmark that we should exclude people. We want people to serve, and we think this enlistment seal will go a long ways with providing people who have a propensity to serve and a desire to serve to get past some of the obstacles that are in their way. When you join the Army now, you have to have a secret security clearance. And so we can teach this population what it takes to get a secret security clearance before they misstep or have a character issue that excludes them from service. So when we look at this particular seal, we want to make sure that we have the right student who is qualified to join, and we think that we can put a methodology in place that provides the best qualified student to be able to serve in the military. And then lastly, I want to talk about our collaboration. And so we are collaborating with all those stakeholders throughout the state of Indiana in a variety of ways. Each quarter I host a community leader luncheon at my headquarters. Some of you guys have been to this community leader luncheon where we discuss things like the enlistment seal, how to get after Indiana's very horrific labor participation rates, how to develop talent, how to manage talent, how to find high-performing leaders in our society, and to get them engaged in what we're doing inside of Indiana. And I think as we advance this line of effort, we will continue to collaborate with all of our stakeholders to ensure that we get this right, because it is very important that we do. One of the things that we are starting to discover is perhaps we may want to even take this line of effort and deepen it into the law enforcement and perhaps firefighters. And so that's something we are starting to explore as well. And so I think as we work through moving this from the conceptual stage to what we call in the military the operational stage or the implementation stage, we will continue to work to identify the end state of what we want to achieve here and then put the framework together to make sure that we achieve that. And right now, we think that the end state of this particular seal is to inform students, to prepare them, and then to make them best qualified to make an informed decision on serving their state and their country in the Indiana National Guard or in some other branch of service. And so in conclusion, I would just say this. Dr. Jenner, thank you for your leadership. It's been phenomenal working with your team. It has, as I said before, really sparked a lot of energy in our team. We're very passionate about this. We change lives. We protect our state and we protect our nation. And I'll tell you, I don't say this lightly, but I think that this enlistment seal goes a long ways with ensuring that our national defense strategy is achieved, because right now we have a serious shortage of people volunteering to serve, a serious shortage. And this could go a long ways with making perhaps a national program to help us get after accessions. And so thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Jenner. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Look forward to continuing to advance this line of effort.
Yeah, and on that note, I tell you what, it is such an honor for the board to have Major General Lyles here today with us. It's an honor to have Vice President of the Indiana Chamber, Jason Bierce, the Chief of Staff of the Indiana Commission for Higher Ed here. Thank you for leaning in as key partners in this, because we know all of us sitting here have the same goal. We know that all kids have unique goals and dreams ahead. We know on every single area, employment, enrollment, enlistment, we are not as seamless in terms of pathways for them to fulfill and live that dream. We also know that, and you really hit this, General Lyles, and you touched on it as well, Josh. This isn't an absolute, if you do all these things, you'll get there, but this is more of a recipe than we've ever had. Like a recipe for success. If I dream about being a military officer, or you even mentioned a firefighter or a police officer, which is an interesting to pull in. If that is my dream, we should be able to tell students much before when we tell them no their senior year, because you mentioned the 77%. How about we let them know in 8th grade? This is your dream, here's the recipe. Here's what you need to do in high school. Here's what you don't need to do in high school. And then to the point about higher education, and Purdue is going to get a big head after this meeting because we are like, Purdue. But I mean, to get into Purdue University is the standards have really gone up, and we need to be honest about here's what it takes, students. If that is your dream, here's what it takes. Here's your unique recipe. So a lot of opportunity here, but at this point, I would invite the board to provide any questions, thoughts. I mean, obviously our leaders who are here today can come back up to the mic. I will tell you our leaders here today, they are still in the process of building out, so they won't be able to hit any specifics. But let's open it up for discussion.
Go
Pat.
Iris.
Iris, jump in, Iris.
I just want to say thank you again for folks that came today to take your time to help share the narrative of what we've been really excited about and talking about. I think it's just so critical to remember, and this change is hard. We have to give each other grace, but if we could enter this work from a place of curiosity and how might we, and refer to the experts at the SEALs that are partnering with us, and use it as an opportunity to change an industry that has been ripe for change for over 100 years. We have an opportunity to do really great work, but we will not get there if we respond from a place of fear and a place of digging in and perpetuating versus curiosity and how might we. So I'm so grateful. I can't believe we're getting to do this good work in my lifetime. Who knew is what I say about Indiana. I moved from Wisconsin, a very progressive education state, and I've been continually amazed to be a part of this work. So I just want to say thank you, grateful, and let's keep going.
Thank you, Iris. Pat?
So something I would like for us to think about as we do rulemaking, right? If we embed the SEALs in with the information that they provide us, anytime we want to change them, we'd have to open back up the rule. I think what they're providing us with a series of courses is really, really important, and we don't currently have that. And our first draft has given us a lot of flexibility that we want to really open up a student's schedule so they have a ton of electives to take the courses that meet the requirements to get into these 3 areas. So I don't want to keep coming back and taking a year to do rulemaking so we can change on the fly because something changes in industry, something changes in the military that we need a different skill, or for firefighters or policemen. So I don't mind the SEAL concept, but I don't know if I want to embed it in the rule because it's harder to change it once it's in the rule.
Yeah, and Pat, I think that's a really, really important point. Right now, the way it's written in the rule, which it sounds like you're affirming that direction versus putting all of it in, which we've had pressure to do. The way it's written right now is that the specifics to each of the SEALs would not be within the rule. So the specifics to each SEAL would be co-affirmed, for example, by the enrollment ready SEAL would be affirmed by the Commission for Higher Ed and the State Board of Education, but separate from the rule. The enlistment seal would be affirmed by your team, General Lyles, and the State Board of Ed. The employment ready, Jason, maybe it's by the Indiana Chamber Board and others. We need to think about that, what makes the most sense, in the State Board of Ed. So it is only in the rule as it shall be created, so that we have recipes built in Indiana. But it does have the flexibility for us to adjust and not have to go through the full process. I think that's a key question, and something that we've pushed and pulled with the bureaucratic process, but that I think we have to stand strong on. Ron, anything else on that point? No, BJ.
Ron, will, like when the rule's completed, will that come, are we gonna see that in August,
The rule or the seals?
the rule?
We will see, yep. So the timeline that we're looking at, and if you remember
I
back,
don't wanna jump ahead if it's coming.
Oh, it's coming.
Okay.
It's coming. You
I'll
wanna,
wait.
you wanna wait?
I'm just saying, as we talk all these things, I mean, that rule's gonna come back for us to discuss before.
Yes,
the
sir.
rule is presented
Ab-
as my
This is
question.
fine.
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. It's coming. Do you want, how about we wait and then you can follow up? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Anything, yeah, William?
Just a quick clarifying question. So students can attain multiple seals, is that correct?
That is accurate.
Can a student who goes in and says, hey, I want to earn the military seal, the enlistment seal, can they get into that seal and then they're like, oh, this
Yeah.
is not what I wanted to do?
Good question.
And then go into another seal? Is that possible as well? Do they have that flexibility?
Really good question. That is a design principle of the seals. That flexibility becomes less and less as you get closer and closer to your terminal endpoint, right? So I talked about college majors. We all know this. There are a lot of majors that are complementary. The seals will be complementary. If you decide the last year before you graduate that you want a second major, you're probably going to need to take some summer school or stay a little bit long, right? So there is a design principle that these are permeable in that as students are pursuing one, it includes currency that is meaningful in the others to continue this currency model. But the level of permeability obviously diminishes as you get closer and closer to graduation. So if you make that decision second semester senior year, you may not be as close, or it might not be able to fit into a normal schedule. You might have to double up. But again, with the flexibility we've created, if a student is willing to put in the additional work, right, they won't have the barrier of checking a bunch of boxes over here that aren't really created. So I'll summarize to say, because I kind of went on a little diatribe there, design principle, that it's permeable, and obviously it diminishes as they go through, but we're hoping that a student could transition at any time.
Yeah, the other thing that I would add is presently in the rule, and again, we're in feedback session, so if you all have thoughts about this, please share. Presently in the rule, it is not required for a student to get a seal, right? So that would not, even if they don't decide until second semester their senior year, they're like, hey, I'm not really actually interested in this specific seal, that's no issue. It's just, again, more, here's the recipe for what you might be interested in pursuing, and go down that path. If you find that path is not good for you, that's as important as finding out it is, especially while in high school. So, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Ron, I'm not going to let you stop yet. So, I mean, we've heard from these three different gentlemen today, but let's say in my community, I've got a local manufacturing company that also wants to kind of set up a series of courses that could lead to a seal. Would they be able to send that to the department to get theirs certified in order to serve their local community?
My answer to that would be this: we hope the seals are vague enough, right? It's not a prescribed, you must take this course, and this course. They're vague enough that approval wouldn't be a part of the seals conversation. It would be a part of a CTE pathway conversation where we would approve that experience to count as this umbrella kind of designation that we provide, whether that's a concentrator or, So I think the approval would not take place relative to the seal, if that makes sense. But the approval or endorsement that you would receive from the board would allow it to count towards a seal. And those methods are in place for those types of programs to be presented and approved by this board, and then in partnership with our CTE
Yeah.
partners at the Commission for Higher Education.
And to that point, Pat, I mean, I know you're brand new superintendent in Hamilton County. The opportunities are unbelievable right now for what I guarantee you will create. I think we need to give you the maximum nimbleness to be able to create those and build those with those specific industries. So that's a discussion that we should absolutely have as we land these seals over the next several months.
And that's kind of what, I mean, I love the flexibility, right? That's the whole concept of what we're doing here. Well, there'll be courses that we probably don't even have developed yet.
That's right.
That I would want the flexibility as a school corporation to work with local industry to develop a course, send that course to the department for approval, and then we have a set of courses that can lead our kids into employment directly out of high school.
There's really cool work that I'm aware of leveraging artificial intelligence that's taking comprehensive employer training manuals, mapping them back to our academic standards, and producing courses. And that work, right, would come for approval. You now have an accredited high school course that is aligned to both the standards necessary as well as the unique aspects of a particular field, employer, right? I don't know if we'd pick one employer or, several employers in a particular field where we could do that work. That work is already ongoing, and you're talking about it. It's incredibly exciting, and I will echo Dr. Jenner. Our goal would be to create the space for those rigorous programs to be invited and encouraged by this model.
Thank you.
Slightly.
Yeah, Iris.
But that reminds me of a recent conversation I've had with a school working on an AI pathway, and really the way locally created pathways are written or presented to schools. The notion is that they have to have a singular pathway for AI, but when consulting with business and looking at partnerships, it really should go along with another pathway. It should go right directly with automation, robotics, or advanced manufacturing and smart, manufacturing 4.0, stuff like that. So I think looking at maximizing flexibility also in some other really cool areas that we've opened up in the last few years with locally created pathways, and maybe just looking at the language so schools aren't thinking, I have to design an AI pathway that stands alone, but then it has no applicability because it's not tied to an industry pathway. So I'm excited to dig into that work as well along with this.
Thank you. Any other, I want to look online. I don't see any hands up. Just put your hand up if you do need to say something. Zero pressure, though. Anyone else in the room before we, yes, sir, Dr. Ernest.
So Josh brought something up that made me think about when he was talking about outcome data, which you all know I'm kind of obsessed with that. But I think that we also need to build into this process, and it goes along with what Pat said, some kind of a really robust feedback loop of where are our students in and out. And when I think about you're smiling because you know what I would say on, but if we see an influx of students getting into colleges and universities like we would like, then are they completing? And what does that, I'm just picking one piece of data out, right? What's it look like in our service, whether it be fire, military, or police? What do those outcomes look like? Where do our students end up? I know I'm on a board for HBI, Home Builders Institute, and one of the pieces of data that we saw in one of our board meetings that I thought was really interesting from an outcome data was how quickly students in the construction industry end up with raises and what that looks like and moving up through that's interesting outcome data. And so I would just hope that, my point here is I would hope that we would look at some really robust feedback loops as to, are we getting the job done? Because I think that's important as we think about being nimble, what's next, and what have you. What's that look like? And we got to be willing to look at the good and the bad,
Yep.
because I don't think we can create anything that's going to be perfect, right?
Right.
But what's that feedback loop look like?
So I think, Byron, as you were talking, the Indiana GPS platform could be a prime place where we could show that data. As most of the room probably knows, Indiana is uniquely situated where all of the K-12, a lot of the higher ed, a lot of the workforce data, all connects on one longitudinal dashboard, indianagps.com. So we can see from every school in the state of Indiana, all school types, and specifically with high schools, what's 1 year out in employment enrollment? What is the median wage? What is the sustainable employment? So those seals could absolutely connect there. I think that's a great point to make sure, again, it's the return on investment conversation. Absolutely. Ron, let's go on to the next portion.
Yeah. And before I do just want to say I get to stand up here and present to you monthly, but all of these conversations are taking place with members of the Department of Education team. I'm not included in a lot of these meetings. And so it is really important to me to point out, I'm not going to name names because I'll leave somebody out, all the work that's going in from people across the department to make sure that this process is continuing, and we're building the partnerships, including the two that I'm about to share. Two organizations that have a national reputation for excellence in academics and excellence in education, the College Board and their advanced placement program, as well as the International Baccalaureate program. Two really exciting partnerships that have emerged over the course of these conversations. As we continue, and you as a board continue to push these important conversations, these difficult conversations, other folks are finding a safe place, right, to introduce their unique ideas. And these two organizations, who have historically represented the most elite of academic expectations, if you will, and some people might quarrel with me on that, are starting to shift their mission to align to the vision that you all are discussing here at this table. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of each. So the College Board is...
Can I pause you really quick?
Yes.
What's interesting about both of these is a lot of the discussion that Indiana has right now is being followed nationwide because other states are also trying to get at exactly what we are. And I think it's incredible when you have partners like this, College Board, International Baccalaureate, reach out and say, you might not know we're building this out, but what we're building out looks very similar to what you all are developing, and we should work together.
That's right.
And so really, really, really huge shout out to College Board and International Baccalaureate for these robust conversations that are happening on how to work together. And they're going to be looking to scale it nationwide. Right. Obviously, we're focused on Indiana, but jump in, Ron.
Yeah. So College Board and their Career Kickstart program is bringing their expertise in history of excellence to a career-connected learning experience. And they are still building this out. This is not ready to go. And as Dr. Jenner mentioned, they engaged the state of Indiana to say, we want to partner with you and come alongside you, given the conversations you're having, to figure this out together. And their goals, right, is to formalize models and then educator supports. And they've been very, very forward about their strength and expertise around supporting educators to do this work, similarly how they've supported educators to expand high-quality advanced placement coursework in the past. Expand access to rigorous post-secondary endorsed coursework. And I think that's really important, as they are continuing their history of ensuring that their content is endorsed by post-secondary and the recipients of it, right? Everybody has traditionally get a 3, 4, or 5 on the AP exam. It's accepted by almost all, although there's deviations when you get to different levels of competitiveness of the higher education institution. So it's really exciting that they're bringing this history and this approach into the Career Kickstart space, and we're really excited to partner with them. So you'll see in their design, College Board includes a lot of the priorities that we're talking about. A focus on skill development, right? A focus on earning credentials, and they're really being intentional about how they can align to existing credentials and where they might need to create new College Board endorsed credentials and then make sure that they have value, right? Because anybody can create a credential. It's whether or not there's somebody who's willing to value and make decisions based on that credential. And so we're really excited to partner with them and connect them with school corporations who are ready to dig in and leverage the courses and the training they already have in place to build pathways for students. Because I think what they're learning, right, is that the key here is that connected learning that follows a progression right? And that means that the school needs to offer the entire suite. AP only can provide some of it, right? So they want to partner with our schools to create a package experience for the kid, and then the career kickstart pathways serve as kind of the bedrock coursework and potentially the credential in that space, right? So they're really excited, and we are really excited too, and thank my colleagues who are working with their team to make sure that we are walking lockstep with each other. The other is IB's career-related program. And this one, I believe, is further on in development. And IB International Baccalaureate is really looking for states to partner with to expand access. As you can see, there's 3 components. We're elevating IB coursework, but instead of just focusing significantly on the International Baccalaureate Diploma, right, which comes with significantly more kind of an academic track, they're introducing additional components to that experience that they endorse through their career-related program, as you can see on the screen. And again, this program brings the international expertise of IB to the state of Indiana as they try to figure out how to create rigorous, high-quality, meaningful opportunities for students who don't follow the traditional, highly academically successful track of the traditional international baccalaureate model, but also infusing those core components of that IB piece, the service-based, right? Really digging in and developing those skills. There's so much, international baccalaureate is more than just coursework, as many of you know. It's a lot of seminars and self-reflection and service-based work, and they want to bring all that to the fold and expand access for students who might not be on that, again, very elite or high-level academic pathway. And we are incredibly excited about both of these partnerships. One, in the earlier developmental stages, we are a partner side by side with them. The other, a little bit more developed, and we're looking for opportunities to expand access to their program where appropriate, in addition to access to the ICC and others, right? And I think the more options we have, the more concrete examples we're going to have of how this manifests in our schools. And I'll end this brief overview, and we hope to have more information in the coming months, by saying that these partnerships, and not just the ones I presented today, we turn down, or we just have one conversation with a lot of folks because we only have so much capacity, and every single one of those conversations is the result of the conversation that you all are forging in the state of Indiana and that folks are hearing nationally. And so as we continue to have this conversation, we're already reaping the benefits, right, of opportunities for kids in Indiana, even as we listen to feedback and adjust our approach to the graduation requirements that were proposed. And so it's already starting to bear fruit. We've prioritized these 2 partnerships, right, based on the feedback that we're hearing from the field. And so I also encourage, as we get a lot of folks wanting to help us out, I want everyone to know that we make our decisions on who to follow up with and invest our limited talent, and excuse me, not talent, but time, in furthering those conversations is informed by the feedback we receive. And this is informed by the importance of rigor, right, and high academic expectations for all Hoosier students, regardless of your path. Who better to help us foster that conversation than the College Board and their advanced placement program and International Baccalaureate, along with all of the partnerships we've worked with so far. And I think that's really important. These are newer to the table. They're not taking anybody else's seat. We've been having these conversations for a while.
You can keep going.
Okay, you lean in.
BJ's
And then,
question. This is your question.
yes. So the final piece is timeline, and this will wrap us up. So we are currently, again, in the first public comment period. I can't stress that enough because we are hearing a lot of feedback, and I want people to know we are still listening. We are continuing to process that feedback through July 30th, where we will host a formal public hearing. I do want to reiterate to everyone that your online comment submission is viewed and valued and considered the same exact way as a comment at the in-person public hearing. We know there are barriers for in-person attendance, and so I want everyone to know that your online submission is viewed, valued, considered equally to the comments we will receive at the July 30th hearing. Following that hearing, we will summarize and present proposed changes to this board, Mr. Watts. So that will come back. Ideally, Dr. Jenner, do you want to say commit to?
No.
Okay. in an
You all
upcoming
know
meeting.
I'll commit to anything I need to when we know.
Fair point. I apologize.
But that's okay. So we are required by state law to complete this rule by the end of the year, and we will do that.
Yes.
But we have heard loud. One of the feedback pieces is we've heard loud and clear is slow down, really listen. So you may remember we were going to take this vote in September. That was our initial plan. We have totally slowed down, and so no, not ready to say when yet,
Yeah.
because but I will say our goal is in August to bring back draft 2. So that's our goal, August, to bring back draft 2. And then I'll also share with the board, because I'd love to have some of you on that. I plan to head to visit quite a few schools across the state in this fall. And so I'll keep the board in the loop on when those might be.
And so what I imagine is a beet red face. I will finish us up here. Yeah, so August, we
That's
hope
all
to
right.
bring back our revisions for consideration and launch the second round of feedback, which will occur late summer and into fall. And that feedback session will be the exact same process as this current feedback session. We will host and have online submissions as well as a public hearing. And then we will present a final proposed rule after that entire months-long process of collecting feedback, reacting to feedback, developing partnerships, and figuring out the best path forward for the state of Indiana to make sure that we expand access and opportunities for all Hoosier students. And again, that allows then for early opt-in in the 25-26 school year, so seniors in the class of 26 can begin graduating under these new proposed rules, while also seniors are graduating under the current, right? So they're simultaneous. And then it kicks in for the class of 28, 29. And these will be the graduation requirements for the folks entering 9th grade next school year. So
Entering 8th grade this year.
yes, entering
Yeah.
8th grade this year,
Yeah.
easier.
Yeah, that's all right.
So that is where we are on the timeline. That is where we are, and incredibly excited to share all the partnerships that are emerging, the fruit that we're already bearing for Hoosier students just through these conversations, right? I think that's really important to point out. And just thank you for kind of the space that you've created for us to engage and talk about these.
Thank you, Ron. So State Board of Ed, we have one more presentation, that is Clear, Fitting, and Green with iLab. I'd like to go ahead and do that presentation, and then we'll break for restroom break, before we go into public comments. So Clear, Fitting, and Green, there she is. And just to welcome Claire, some of you may have heard of the work Indiana has been doing to build out an apprenticeship model. And I know, Claire, you will hit on this. I would tell you, when it comes to work-based learning, an apprenticeship model is the creme de la creme. Like, it is the highest level. And you're going to talk through that a bit. There are other work-based learning opportunities that we are certainly discussing and within the diploma, but this is the creme de la creme when you think about the apprenticeship opportunity. So, Claire, we'd love to learn more.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jenner, and good morning, State Board of Education members. Thank you for including me on your agenda today. It actually builds really well off of your first two presentations, especially the sobering data that we saw around SAT completion data. So hopefully this provides a ray of hope for some of the work that's happening in the state to help serve some of the students who will not be going on to college.
And Claire, can you pull that other mic in, pull them both in, so my voice, I think, is louder than yours, so they have the volume.
Is this better?
That's better.
Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do is give you an overview of CEMET's iLab Indiana, which is the initiative that I am co-chairing along with David Becker, the CEO and chairman of First Internet Bank, and that the Fairbanks Foundation, where I work, is funding. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we've learned so far from Switzerland, which is the country that we've modeled our modern youth apprenticeship pilots in Indiana from, and then talk a little bit about next steps, where we're headed with this work. Okay, so this is data that we pulled along with Ascend Indiana, which is an initiative of the CICP, Central Indiana Corporate Partnership, for Indiana's class of 2013. In Indiana, we give a student a year after high school to enroll in college, and then another 6 years to complete either a 2 or a 4-year degree. And as you heard from Josh, the commission also takes into account short-term certificates or the sub-associate certificates. For this class that graduated in 2013, only 23% made it through with a 2 or 4 year degree after 6 years from our public colleges and universities in Indiana, which is where the majority of students go. There are some that go to in-state private universities and colleges, and then of course out of state to public and private institutions for which we do not have data. But if you take into account especially the fact that not every student graduates from their high school cohort, we have about 12% of students who do not. Really right now, we are serving students in terms of setting them up for their career success, only about a third of each cohort. And this is not dissimilar to other years of data. It also is roughly the same nationally, a little bit higher perhaps on average. So this is the fact today that we've created this college pathway that is the predominant pathway in our country and it has been for many years, but it is not serving the majority of our students. So that's the backdrop for this work. So the latest projections are that by the year 2031, which is just around the corner, more than 70% of jobs in our country will require something after high school, some form of post-secondary education or training. And that's only going to accelerate with the impact of artificial intelligence, which is really going to change basic entry-level job requirements and really require a higher skill level even for a starting position. So that is likely going to change. And as I've just explained, really in our country and in Indiana, we have this one well-established pathway that's not serving the majority of our students. So we believe that we need a new education and training pathway that partners with the college pathway, but is serving the other students who are not planning to go to college. And the nice thing about this pathway is you can change your mind and enroll in college later on if you decide to do that, once you've had exposure to the workplace, so that we can get closer to the outcomes we've seen in Switzerland, where more than 90% of every high school cohort comes out with either a college degree or a professional diploma through this professional pathway. So we have been studying from the Global Institute in Switzerland. ETH Zurich is one of the top universities in the world. They have an institute called CEMETS, and they invite countries from all over the world to come and learn about the Swiss system. Indiana has been sending cohorts to CEMETS since 2019. So this is the simplified version of the very complicated Swiss system. And I'm not going to spend all day talking about it, which I could, by the way. But basically on the left, Switzerland, like us, like every other country in the world, has a college pathway. You graduate from high school, you go get your bachelor's, your master's, your PhD. Then they've created everything to the right of that. Starting first in the late 1970s, they re-engineered what was their CTE program and made it this VET program. Those are 3 to 4 year apprenticeships starting in the 10th grade in about 240 occupations spanning the entire economy. So manufacturing, IT, life sciences, the public sector, you name it, healthcare, everything. They didn't stop there. They continued to make reforms to their system. This whole system took about 30 years to design. They then built out that brand new vertical above the VET, which is the professional degrees that you can get that have equivalency to a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD. And then they created this applied degree pathway in the middle that allows students from both the college and the professional track to cross back and forth. All those arrows there were the final piece of the reforms that they put in place. And this is what makes the Swiss system so unique, is that it serves all learners, and you get to change your mind as you mature, as you get experience in the workplace or in college, and also as the labor market changes. So the Fairbanks Foundation has been funding learning about the Swiss system, and then a planning year in 2019, and then pilot programs starting back in 2017. The first pilot launched in Goshen, Indiana through Horizon Education Alliance. They have a CareerWise Elkhart site, and Dan Funston with Concord Community Schools is the major partner, but there are other school systems up there as well. Then the next pilot launched in 2021 in Indianapolis. Today we have 5 sites. We've got Hamilton County, we have the Uplands region, we have Evansville, BJ Watts, thank you, sir. We have, of course, Marion County and then Elkhart County. 4 more sites just came online in other parts of the state, planning to create these similar programs. The way that we have designed these programs here in Indiana, different than the Swiss do because we're not Switzerland, we start in 11th grade. They're 3-year programs, starting in, like I said, your junior year. You work, you go to school, and that looks different depending on the employer and the occupation. You come out after 3 years with a high school diploma, college credit, and an industry credential. We're just starting to graduate our first cohorts, and interestingly, many of them are choosing to go on to college, that the employer where they've done their apprenticeship is helping to pay for, so that they can do that part-time or full-time and then come back to that same employer. However, we've run into a bunch of systems barriers, and this, because we've been doing this work since 2019, we have a lot of boots on the ground experience about what has been a challenge for these pilot sites. And here, this all comes from our pilot sites. The first thing is that everything is very customized to every employer and school, so it is not systemic. And that, first of all, is very hard to scale, takes a lot of work, but it is not across industries and occupations. It is really employer specific. So that's one barrier, which is a barrier for schools and employers alike. The second is inflexible high school schedules. The number one feedback we have gotten from employers is that they don't have the student in their workplace for enough hours, enough days. That's related to transportation. If you've got ad hoc customized schedules, somebody's out of the building 3 days or 3 hours on a Thursday, somebody's out half a day on a Monday, that's practically impossible for a school to come up with a yellow school bus solution to provide transportation, or a family member to help out. And then this final piece is we really don't have a labor market aligned career advising system serving every student in Indiana. So those are the 4 challenges our pilot sites in Indiana have identified. That led us to give a grant last year to that global institute I mentioned, CEMETS at ETH Zurich, to take Indiana through what they call an iLab. That's their term, and it's short for Implementation Lab. So we are going through a CEMETS iLab Indiana, really designed to address these barriers. Right now we have more than 150 Hoosiers from across the state, divided into different committees. And we decided to go deep in 5 sectors. I mentioned earlier that we've been very customized. In our pilot sites, we have about 90 employers. There really hasn't been any uniformity. So the thought is if we go deep, we can maybe create some standards across an industry that makes it a lot easier to scale. We, as part of this work, have pulled some demand forecast to make sure we're focused on the right areas. This is, for Indiana, within the next 5 years, projected number of new jobs by industry sector. The number 1 is manufacturing, followed closely by healthcare, social assistance, and you can see everything else on this chart. Clearly, we have a need for talent, and as we already know, based off of the data you saw in your first presentation today and the slide I just shared with you earlier, college is not going to be producing enough of the people that we need, so we need to figure out a different systemic structured pathway to serve other students. Okay, so here is what we have learned from Switzerland. Going back to this simplified complex chart, so the thing that they have done so well is created what they call permeability. You heard Ron saying that earlier, which basically means options. It means you don't get stuck in a dead end. You can change your mind. You may think, I don't want to go to college, and then you work for 3 years and say, actually, I think I do, and you can. They've created that, they've made that possible, and that is why we like this system so much. That box on the right there is the actual system, which is extremely complicated. But this is an example. So you can become a registered nurse by going to college and then going on to university and getting your bachelor's in nursing, or you can do an apprenticeship. In 10th grade, you can take a 3-year apprenticeship. It's called healthcare assistant. You work 3 days a week. You go to school 2 days a week for those 3 years. Then you go on and do a 3-year advanced federal diploma in the professional track, so that's not a university, and you become a registered nurse by the age of 21. And if you are getting your competencies, because this is all competency-based education done faster, you can be a registered nurse by the age of 20. So the great thing is you've got kids that want to do the academic route and kids that are more hands-on and maybe need to earn some money, and you've got 2 pathways, and they end up in an equivalent place. It's not the same, it's equivalent, because that apprentice has had more work experience. And typically, that path is for the folks that know they want to just be a nurse. That other pathway is maybe someone that wants to one day lead a hospital. But you can change your mind. If you have done that apprenticeship pathway, gotten that federal advanced diploma, you can then actually go to university and decide to become the CEO. Many of the leaders that we've met on the trips that I'll tell you about in just a moment started off as apprentices, and now they're CEOs of UBS Bank, Stadler Rail, practically every company that we have met, somebody started off as an apprentice. And that's because 2/3 of their high school students do these apprenticeships. So through the iLab, I mentioned we've gone deep in 5 industry sectors. We've just completed our 3rd of 3 trips. These were designed for an employer lens to go deep on how exactly do employers do this, because it's a lot for employers, and that's very different than what we do in our state or in this country. So we did banking and insurance in February, healthcare and life sciences in March, and then we just did advanced manufacturing in June. And although this was employer-focused, we did invite K-12 and higher education representatives on all 3 of these trips. For our banking and insurance trip, we had Dr. George Philhauer from Eastern Hancock and Dr. Jeff Butts from Wayne Township. For healthcare and life sciences, we had Alicia Johnson, superintendent of IPS, Dr. David Hoffert from Warsaw Community Schools, and then advanced manufacturing, we had Kiana Warren from Purdue Polytechnic High School, and we had Jody French from Perry Central. So here's what we learned. That professional pathway, which again, we don't have in any structured, systemic way, that is driven by employers and the labor market, so it's based on the actual demand for talent. It's not based off of degree programs. They still have college. College will always be important. It's just not serving, and it's never going to serve every single student or, frankly, every employer in their economy. And that's the same really the world over, which is why countries go to Switzerland to learn about their system. And then because you're working at the employer, it is adaptive real time to changes in the industry. And the key thing is that employers collaborate, and then the talent pipelines start in high school and go all the way through to retirement. So for us to go from our smattering of programs to scale, where we are serving every part of the state, that's only going to be possible if we stop having one-off programs and we create some uniformity, standards that everybody can agree to about what does an occupation look like, what does it look like to become a registered nurse, and everyone agrees. So it doesn't matter which health system and school you attended to do that, everyone knows you've had the same competencies coming out. That has value in the labor market that everyone understands. And then we do need some more training capacity, which we are, as part of what we're figuring out, is that something we can do with CTE centers, with community colleges, with 4-year institutions. We are still working that part out. And then really, employers do have to establish internal capacity to oversee a young person, a cadre of young people. That is not immaterial, so that is a change for employers.
I'm gonna pause you on that, because that's been a challenge for K-12 for years. As we are doing the best we can to set students up for success, we find ourselves partnering with that business or that business, depending on who the leader is or who's willing. And I think so what you've done is, as healthcare as an example, what hospital CEOs or C-suite folks do you have represented?
Thank you very much. All over the state. Dennis Murphy, the CEO of IU Health, is co-chairing our industry committee. We also have Community Health Network. We just added Read yesterday from Richmond. We have got Baptist Health Floyd in New Albany. So I can't name them all.
Ascension, we could go
Yes,
on.
yeah.
But all that to say, I think this is the closest point, right, where we've had some of the top CEOs all at the table trying to help think through what that could look like.
That's right.
It's going to take some time, but that could really help us as K-12 to not have to, right now, we're trying to piecemeal what's best for our kids. And this work, I think, could really provide a through line that we have never had in our state.
That is the hope. I mean, that's really the fundamental premise, is there's amazing work happening all over our state. Amazing schools, amazing employers. Everyone is kind of doing their own thing. So I mentioned we just added Read Health from Richmond yesterday. They're working with their local high school and the local Ivy Tech campus to create a health pathway for registered nurses. Well, so is Baptist Health Floyd, so is IU Health, so is Community. What if they came together, said, here are the competencies and standards, let's create a curriculum that works everywhere. And by curriculum, I mean the workplace curriculum. There's still the high school component that has to happen. And then you'll know that regardless of where you did this experience in the state, you will have come out with the same competencies. That has labor market value. Something that I do want to say is that the employers, I mentioned this earlier, have all consistently said, right now with our pilot programs, they are not getting students outside of the school building and into the workplace enough. And they are thrilled about the direction that you're headed in with the Diploma Plus, because that will allow for students to be out of the school building 2 days a week, maybe 3 days a week. If we put together a really rigorous structured program, that would enable them to be doing productive work much sooner at the employer site. Right now, it's a little bit of part of a day, it's maybe some weekend time. So essentially what our apprentices have been doing is doing school full-time and the apprenticeship on top of that. If we do this right, the apprenticeship is actually the experience. Of course, it still includes school, but the predominant experience is in the workplace. So that's what we're aiming for. And again, this has to be high-quality standards where somebody comes out and an employer says, I will hire that person. That's what we're aiming for. So next steps. We are actually in the process right now of putting together a strategic plan that's going to be released at the end of August, early September. We still have to share that with our governing committee and get their feedback. We'll also share it with the full iLab for their thoughts, and that's going to map out, how exactly are we doing this. So we've had a lot of enthusiasm coming back from those trips. Everyone gets really excited, and so we're saying, okay, let's take that enthusiasm and think about what does that actually mean from a practical standpoint. So Dr. George Philhauer is actually going to be co-chairing a new career advising working group that we're putting together. As the industry groups start to create these more robust experiences, and they're already thinking statewide, how can we unroll these starting next year, then we're going to have to get career advising changed pretty soon. So that work is happening simultaneously. Some industries are going to be faster than others. I think banking is actually going to be the fastest because they have already one association that had been doing collegiate level programs, and so they're leaning in right now to high school, and they would like the student to be out of the high school building 3 days a week as part of that. So so we're working on that right now, and so career advising is one. And then the second is starting to think through, okay, what is that credential that the student is going to get? We have got to come up with something consistent. So the SEALS conversation is very interesting. The Diploma Plus, what is the thing that somebody who's done that experience gets that everybody understands and says, that's something high quality? Students and families say, I want that, and employers say, I want that. So that is work yet to come, and we're really glad that you are having the conversation you're having at the state, because I think it aligns really nicely with what we're hearing from employers. The last thing I will say is that right now, work-based learning, because it is ad hoc, is very overwhelming for employers. They get contacted by different state agencies, they get contacted by higher education, they get contacted by schools, they get contacted by intermediaries. One of the things, especially the large statewide or national ones or global ones, their wish list is to have a coordinated communication approach. And we think that by helping to organize them, that is going to help make that possible. So I just wanted to share with you that that's a reality that they're facing today. They get multiple requests, and they can only handle so much. And so I think part of what we're hoping to help with as this becomes an expectation for more and more students and college students is that we're helping to organize and make that easier on the employer side, because without employers, you do not have work-based learning. So we have to have the employers coming to the table in a way that makes sense for them and their business, and then also works for K-12, higher ed, and of course, students and families. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
So one just point of clarification. When you mentioned that the employers would like to have students 2 to 3 days a week,
Yep.
Part of the structural barrier that K-12 is elevated is all the requirements that we currently have and not a lot of flexibility. So that's something that as a board, we're just trying to think through in terms of, again, setting the student up for their best possible success ahead. It does not mean that every child in Indiana is going to have an apprenticeship.
That's right.
But what it does mean is more students to have the opportunity to have an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
And connect, quite frankly, with a level of people that they may have never had the opportunity to connect with and have these experiences and skill development. But I also wanted to point out, because this superintendent, Dr. Jeff Butts, was just here.
Okay.
He sent me a text, had to run to the next. Dr. Jeff Butts is on this team, and they're already doing some of this in Wayne Township.
That's right.
And I could name a number of different school districts that are. But again, we're still in the learning process. So Claire, how do you see our work as we're considering diplomas connecting to this, or vice versa?
Well, I mean, it aligns really closely because we have to make sure whatever we're doing has got rigor and quality, and then there has to be clarity and understanding of expectations. And if we can do that, then we can reduce the time that a student has to be taking classes in school because we know they're gaining competencies on the work at the workplace. That, again, has to be consistent across the state. So that's part of what we're asking the industry groups to figure out. Come up with a set of competencies that if a student does the apprenticeship, when they've been at your workplace, they would have done that. We still need to figure out the other knowledge, competencies, and skills that they'll need in school. And because these are 3, sometimes 4-year apprentices, manufacturing and IT are 2 that are 4 years, then that includes higher ed as well. So we've got to figure that out. What is that? How do we map that out so that everyone's clear and the quality is high, and we're making sure that we provide opportunities for students around the state?
Thank you. I'll open it up for questions, discussion from any of the board. BJ.
Just to thank you for leading this work. I've been a part of the CMETS team since 2018, and it's when you get this right, it's truly life-changing. Now, the ability to scale was very, very, very difficult. We've learned that the hard way, but I love that you've kind of taken this on and brought the groups you've brought together. I think also we need to mention Ascend, what they've done to lead this work across the state of Indiana has been a blessing. Certainly to me, I mean, they make me a lot better at my job. And their community of practice where the things you talked about, like let's not work in these silos. If this work's already happening somewhere successfully anywhere in the state, let's bring those groups together, and that's what you've done and Ascend's done. And it's made the situation better for kiddos, and that's what all of our goals is. So thank you for that.
Thanks, BJ. I really appreciate that. And yes, thank you for mentioning Ascend. I briefly mentioned them, but they have been the backbone of this work. They manage the statewide community of practice, and they have helped with design and implementation. They're helping to staff the iLab, so they've been incredible. Yeah.
Thank you, Claire. Any other comments, feedback? Oh, Katie Moat, yes.
Thanks, Dr. Jenner. Claire, I just wondered what, if any, gaps it seems may be present that it would be helpful for us to be aware of in terms of the timelines between the seal work and the credentials and all of the alignment work that you talked about. It feels important, recognizing that we know this is not going to be a perfect lockstep process, that those 2 pieces are aligned in terms of the implementation and the mapping. And I wasn't sure if at this point in the work, if IDOE and your team and others are in a place to start to see what that could look like and how close those 2 planning processes might be able to be. That's something that was coming up for me as I listened and as you made your observation about the seal work, and I wouldn't want one entity to get too far in the other one, ahead of the other one. So just curious what thoughts you could share at this point about that.
Thank you for that question. That's a great and important question. I have failed to mention that Dr. Jenner is on our governing committee, and we've got members of her team on our various different committees. So we're trying the best that we can to work closely with all of our state partners. That includes the Commission for Higher Education and many others. Because so much is happening and the pace is really fast. So we're doing our best to stay connected. I think what I've heard and my understanding of what you are doing seems very aligned. One of the things, again, with the Swiss system, when they re-engineered their system that I think through the iLab we agree makes sense, is they're not prescriptive about how things happen. They set, here's the goal line, and then you have maximum flexibility by geography, by employer, by sector to figure out how to get there. So I would say, as long as what you're doing is setting standards that are clear, that are rigorous, and then allowing for flexibility and implementation, that will help with what we're trying to develop. We are moving at a really rapid pace because the reason employers are part of this, I mean, they've spent hours of their time, is because they cannot find talent. And they see what's happening down the road. There's going to be the baby boomers retiring. The impact of automation and AI is still unknown, but we know it's going to be something. And so they are at the table ready to roll up their sleeves. They are rolling up their sleeves to help us figure this out. So I would say they're going to be moving really fast, and we'll do our best to stay connected with what you're doing. But I would say clear standards, keep them high, give flexibility for implementation. That would be helpful.
If I may ask a follow-up?
Sure, absolutely.
Claire, in thinking about that, do we have any insight, or I'm sure we will, across sort of these sprints or moments where different value or deliverables are being put forward, an understanding of the current capacity and almost a heat map of what that looks like geographically across the state for employers who are willing to accept students, both brick and mortar, but then also the research that is, I'm sure, being done about what virtual opportunities might look like. That's something else as we're thinking about the speed of implementation for the new diplomas that, I know BJ has mentioned and has been on others' minds, making sure that we have the demand for the student supply and that we're really thoughtfully pacing that so that, we don't end up with students who there just aren't enough placements or a realistic expectation by academic year, by geography, how many students could reasonably be placed.
Yeah.
So Claire, I may jump in first. At a high level, Katie and David Buzzy has been leading on this. We're trying to build out a heat map for work-based learning in the state of Indiana. That is still early in the process, but I think what you asked is something we definitely need to build to. Claire?
Yeah, so what I would add is right now we have 5 active pilot sites where we've got wonderful school and employer partners already working, 4 more that just came on online, and that's just the youth apprenticeship. There's lots of other work-based learning happening. It's been one of the great joys of this work is meeting all the amazing people around our state doing incredible work in schools at employer site. So the interesting thing is that there's this disconnect. The employers say, we've been trying to say these are great careers and we can't get anybody here. And then schools say we don't have enough placements for our students. And so to me, that is a systems problem. And we have to figure out a systemic approach that makes it easy for both employers and schools and students to connect. That's what we're trying to work on. I'll have more of an answer for you probably in a year about that heat map. Right now, I would say there's already a lot happening. So I would encourage everyone to keep doing what they're doing. Don't stop.
All right. The only final thing that I'll say, and then I think everybody's probably ready for a restroom break, is Claire, you mentioned some of the challenges that you're hearing, that your teams are hearing, but also that we're hearing. And I think it's important to note that we are thinking together on some of the transportation issues that we'll need to solve. Obviously, the high school scheduling is part of it, which is presently impacted because we have a lot of requirements that schools have to do, that high school students have to do. So we're working through that. The career advising, we have to continue to work on what that might look at. But we appreciate your partnership and your willingness to jump in with us and think through this. And thank you for being a main convener outside of state government. I think that's so important. As a philanthropy leader, you're taking this on and bringing so many people to the table. The one thing you told me that you were going to mention is if anyone's interested in joining this work, what do they do?
Yes, they can contact me. You can go to our website, which is rmff.org/iLab, ILAB. That will show you a little bit about the work, the current membership roster. We are adding school and employer partners. And I mentioned the 5 industry sectors, but coming out of our last trip to Switzerland in June, there's already interest in having a new group form in IT, which would span every sector, construction, hospitality, and microelectronics. So I think the sky's the limit in terms of the industries, and we welcome any industry and school partners.
And the K-12 team is robust. I've sat with them multiple times. Some of them are in the room today, out in the audience, and otherwise. But we need great K-12 partners too, who are innovators and problem solvers. So thank you, Claire, again for your time. And at this point, let's go ahead and take a quick restroom break. It is 11:19. Let's be back at 11:30 to start public comments. Thank you. You gotta look at you. If you had said yes, I would have said no.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
That's interesting.
Fine, yeah, how are you? We came from Bloomington. We left at 7. And normally in the May, June, July, you have seen us here. Yes. And we left at 7, but there was too much traffic and construction. And we arrived here at 9:05, and we were told that we weren't able to speak. So I wondered if, I thought that the public comment would be, before that, but she mentioned to, so I don't know when we will be able to, because we understood if it was just the item on the agenda, okay, but since we have a board, and we said it any possibility. Today we are just Israel Herrera and Marta Nichols. Yeah, so we didn't say anything because I thought that we were just exploring the option if it's feasible, if it's possible, because there are rules. But if it's possible, we would like also.
Yeah, let us see. Because, it's typically 5 minutes before, but let us see.
Okay, so we wait just for you.
Yeah. Okay, yep, we'll come connect with you.
Scott and Iris, why don't meeting. So we have, and just as a heads up for those of you who have not been here before, what I'll do is call the person who is up. By the way, are we online? Back? Great. I'll call the person who is up, and I'll also say the next two names of people on deck so you can make your way up front and get your thoughts ready. Before that, Philip, could you share the Tom piece?
Sure. Thank you. Philip Gordon, General Counsel. So Indiana's open door law permits state boards to adopt reasonable rules to govern the taking of oral public comments at meetings. Boards may set time limits on each public comment and on the total amount of time for receiving oral public comment on a topic. Consistent with this framework, I'd like to remind everyone again in the room today of the public comment policy that's in place for this meeting. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per commenter. If a public commenter signed up for discussion item on the board's agenda, you'll be given 5 minutes. Those who have registered via the public comment form prior to today's meeting will be given an opportunity to comment. In the interest of everyone's time today, the time limit will be strictly enforced. I'll be sitting over here next to you with a timer, so when you hear that timer go off, I respectfully ask you just to cut off your comments and wrap them up. Comments shall also be subject to the following rules consistent with board policy. No person may speak more than once. Comments shall be directed to the board, not to an individual board member. Questions will not be entertained, and comments shall not be abusive, argumentative, and person speaking comments shall not debate comments made by other persons. So with that said, thank you, and we look forward to hearing public comment.
Yeah, great. So our first person will be Kayla Weiss, second Andy Allen, third, Riley Meghoffen, and I'll do the best I can with names. I promise, it's not intentional ever. So we'll start with Kayla.
Hello everyone, my name is Kayla Weiss and I'm here with two of the other drum majors from the Hamilton Southeastern High School Marching Band. Me and my colleagues have 3 specific requests to change the new diploma outline, and while we do recognize that what we're saying today would probably be better heard at the July 30th hearing, we decided to come here today because we are still students and we're actually going to be at our marching band camp on July 30th.
Priorities. We support that. Thank you.
So we wanted to make sure that you were able to hear the students' perspectives as we will be the ones most affected by this change. So we will discuss our input specifically on the Performing Arts Department the Performing Arts Department. We also advocate for higher academic standards for all subjects in Indiana. While we see the benefit of the seals discussed earlier, we also believe that a lack of flexibility could cause students to miss out on opportunities in subjects that they wouldn't have even considered otherwise, such as band and performing arts. Like symphony orchestra, marching band, pep band, jazz band, and many others, we believe should be defined as co-curricular rather than extracurricular, as would be defined in the new policies. Co-curricular activities are defined as programs that enrich and enhance the regular curriculum, whereas extracurriculars do not complement academic learning in the classroom. As a student who participated in marching band coming into my freshman year, I can vouch that the skills I learned through playing my instrument every day during marching camp actually gave me more resources and time to grow my abilities compared to my classmates that did not participate in those extra activities. I was able to play with more air, louder, and clearer than I had ever when I was just learning in the classroom setting because, truth be told, you can't teach everything in the 82 minutes that each class period allots for. So the confidence and skills that we gain in our playing abilities outside of the dedicated time is what drove us here today to ask that activities such as marching band, pep band, jazz band, symphony orchestra, drama, any of those to be considered as co-curriculars rather than extracurriculars.
Great. Thank you so much, Kayla. Andy Allen, Riley Megahoffen and Dylan Bolha.
Thanks, Dr. Jenner and members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Andy Allen, principal of Batesville High School. The current high school model works for many, if not all, and is comfortable. The system we've established meets today's needs, but I think a lot of the conversations we've had here today talks about the kids in our world that are in the 8th grade, and some of them that are transitioning that'll be freshmen and sophomores in our buildings now. We have an opportunity to evolve the high school experience through our opportunities and processes that align to the desired student, family, and school outcomes, leading toward the creation of desirable applicants. So I look at this in 3 different ways. We look at this in 3 different ways in Batesville High School as the 3 vital functions that we have as the relevant academic and foundational knowledge for all students in the first half of their high school experience, leading to established opportunities for more diverse high school experience in grades 11 and 12. Creating a culture where the high school experience extends well beyond the traditional classroom setting and includes off-campus learning, the inclusion of extracurricular and co-curricular activities, the embodiment of servant leadership, and supports identified local community needs. The point system that we've talked about and is within the statute talks specifically about the internal and external awarding of points through the work ethic and communication criteria, and speaks to the lady that right before me about the importance and the inclusion of co-curricular activities. Also acknowledging the evolving staffing needs and continue to diversify the teacher skill sets that encompass experiences well beyond the traditional licensure, and the requirements to reflective learning with students immersed in the community experience. So I asked the board to consider, and I think the conversations today are leading in this direction, the 3 vital priorities that we're looking for here is as we implement competencies and move from credit to points, the inclusion and the verification internally, specifically within the work ethic and the communication and collaboration, has to be a part of this. The external verification is important and should be in there, but we have to at least initially be able to control what our opportunities are, because there will be a long on-ramp in some cases. Some communities will take longer than others for the external verification, but let us work internally first before moving towards some of the external verifications that may occur in the 11th and 12th grade year. The inclusion and the value of the concentrator and credentialing completing status, the course of sequence, a 3-year course of studies leading to some type of credential or outcome specifically for the post-secondary entry requirements. And I think that is a point of focus in all of the seals that be created, that 3-year sequence or 4-year sequence will work, and embrace that not all schools will be offering the same routes to relevant student outcomes, including work-based learning, the honors diploma, or any type of paths that are now within the tightly constructed diploma types. Let us embody what locally created pathways originally were designed to do within an accountability system to create our own methods for graduating students with relevant outcomes. I think this board has listened, and I appreciate that from this standpoint as we've moved towards the creativity. Let us foster creativity, continue and leverage our flexibility that already exists, and more that it will become as we look to create under an umbrella of accountability and relevance, desirable applicants. I thank you for the time today.
Great, thank you, Andy. Riley, Dylan, and then Robert McDermott. And you can come on up. I think you're Dylan, right? Come on up. You can come up, sit right in the front. Yep. Thank you. We're glad you're here. Yes.
Hello, my name is Riley Meganhoffen, and today we're advocating that the fine arts credits remains in the graduation requirements as a part of the foundational courses and competencies. For many students, their participation in the arts lets them find communities, experience, and knowledge that flows outside of the classroom due to the positive impact of co-curricular performing arts participation. Today, while 3 of us are here to attest to our life-changing experiences in the arts, we wanted to share some of the perspectives of a few of the numerous students we are here representing today. Abigail Dunnick is a recent graduate from Hamilton Southeastern High School. Gail, as we call her, is a personal inspiration, mentor, and friend of mine who will be attending Indiana University's prestigious Jacobs School of Music in the fall, majoring in music performance. When we told her we would come here today, she shared her thoughts on this matter, stating that music has given me an outlet and an opportunity for me to express myself, which is hard to find within such a large high school of 3,000 people. I've found my passion in music, and I'm pursuing it as my career. I believe that every student should be required to take classes as it is an expression of our humanity. Her words radiate some of the passion of the people we're representing here today. Emmett Warman is another experience and perspective I'd like to share with you all today. Being one of my best friends, I've known Emmett since 5th grade, and by knowing him for what will soon be 7 years, we've seen each other at our highs and lows. COVID-19 was particularly hard and resulted in our freshman year, as it was for many, to be especially difficult. I saw my friend struggling with many aspects of his life. The other day, I asked him what kept him in band when so many things in his life were taking such a toll on him. He told me that hearing our freshman year's wind ensemble play Hymn to the Sun with the Beat of Mother Earth by Satoshi Yagasawa was a calling for him, a glimpse of potential, a challenge to eventually make his way to that band. Emmett took to the challenge and ultimately was invited to join Wind Ensemble his next year, diving straight into various other extracurricular activities because of it: jazz band, symphony orchestra, and marching band, among others. By overcoming that challenge, and other aspects of his life began to be repaired. The arts showed him that he was capable. And academically, Emmett began to excel and was able to challenge himself more, reaching highs he had never achieved except prior to COVID. By requiring the arts, it allowed Emmett to find his way, and he's only one of many who can attest to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Riley. So we have Dylan Bolha, Robert McDermott, and Gianna Morowski.
Hello, my name is Dylan Balka, and the final request that we are going to make is to include after-school performing arts activities as work-based learning under Component 2 of the GPS plans. While in the arts, specifically band, students learn more than music. We learn skills that we can use both inside and outside the workplace for the rest of our lives. I have yet to take another class or participate in another activity that has taught me anywhere near as many skills as our directors have. In the presentation from June 5th...
That is not your timer. By the way, you're good. Keep going.
There's a chart that presents skills taught in school and the workplace along with their importance. When I was a freshman on the first day of marching band, I had already started building and continued growing my skills of teamwork, motivation, commitment, and most especially, handling unfamiliarity, as I was expected to memorize music, master 100 sets of marching and choreography, and perform it in front of a crowd of thousands of people. When I was able to join the leadership team, and then when I was selected to be a drum major last year, I also continued to grow those skills along with reliability, trustworthiness, efficiency, and problem solving. Other skills I've learned and am learning right now are accountability, selflessness, and adaptability. I'm still striving to improve these skills along with others for this coming season. Dean Shaw, a senior in our baritone section, explained to me how band has changed his life and how he has learned to work with people that he may not know well or at all. Sky Wood, a recent graduate who I was able to be co-drum majors with last season, says that concert band, marching band, and indoor percussion gave her an avenue to express herself, learn new things, and ultimately develop leadership skills, which she was praised for throughout her high school career. She says that without fine arts programs, she wouldn't have developed those leadership skills. I was a new person to the district my freshman year. I knew absolutely no one, but I was told that my section leaders, drum majors, and directors were people I could go to for anything, and they were right. And like Dean, I was able to work with people that I barely knew, some of whom are now my best friends. Like Sky, I was under the amazing leadership of those section leaders, drum majors, and directors that I mentioned. They helped me develop my leadership skills, and as a drum major now, I hope to continue growing those skills through this season. Without fine arts programs, I wouldn't have as strong of a dedication for anything else in my life. All the skills that I've mentioned are either considered to be important in general or were picked from the graph in your presentation. These skills are grown in workplace environments, but they can also be grown in fine arts programs, especially extracurricular and co-curricular activities. This is why our final request is that extracurricular activities in fine arts programs be listed as work-based learning under Component 2 of the GPS plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Very good. Robert McDermott, Gianna Morowski, Lydia Ivy.
Good morning. My name is Robert McDermott, and I'm an Assistant Superintendent of the Doolin School Corporation and also an iLab team member, and I wish to speak about the Indiana GPS Diploma. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Jenner for her leadership throughout this process. If I ever had a question or concern, she would immediately return my text, my email, or my call, and so your listening ear is very much appreciated. Working with students on their graduation plans for over 25 years, I have constantly wished for flexibility with diploma requirements, since all students are different and don't all share the same post-secondary goal. I applaud the board for taking this bold step. I know change is not easy, but from my perspective, you're headed in the right direction. I've seen some propaganda lately on social media centered around future admission denials, and I can't disagree with these posts more. There is nothing in the proposal that reduces the rigor of the diploma for students who aspire to attend college after high school. A student can still take courses that were previous requirements, or any course for that matter, that meets the admission standards for post-secondary institutions. For example, the IU and Purdue websites list the admission standards for their campuses. The new proposal does not interfere with these expectations in any way. In addition, the enrollment seal sequence will provide a course path endorsed by the Indiana Commission of Higher Education for those concerned about college readiness. The proposal does, however, allow flexibility for those who have a post-secondary goal outside the scope of a traditional four-year institution, and that, I believe, is the beauty of this proposal, as personalization is the future of education. As a result, I implore you to not add any additional coursework requirements to the base diploma. Instead, allow students and families to have the flexibility to choose a path that best matches their personal interests and goals. Adding requirements will fly in the face of everything this process is trying to accomplish. As for potential improvements, I offer two suggestions. First, the elimination of the academic honors diploma will have a significant impact on attainment of post-secondary readiness competencies as it relates to graduation pathways. I hope the board will consider replacing this competency. A suitable replacement would be the completion of one of the three seals you are considering. By definition, they all assist a student in being post-secondary ready. Finally, please consider some variations and additions to the competencies required under the work ethic domain. The current listing is limited and does not take into account the potential needs of all student groups. I wish to thank you for the desire to improve the high school experience for all students, and thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Robert. Gianna Morosky, Lydia Avi, Kelly Brown.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Hello, my name is Gianna Morowski, and I teach early childhood education at the Hammond Area Career Center in Hammond, Indiana. It's the farthest northwest you can get in Indiana before you hit Chicago. Today, I want to address the proposed changes to the diploma requirements for our high school students here in Indiana. As an educator who is deeply invested in the future of our young people, I believe these changes are a step in the wrong direction, and that becoming an educator is also a career pathway that should be explored. Our current diploma requirements are designed to ensure that students graduate with a well-rounded education. Like the students mentioned in the back, they became more well-rounded based on their curriculum that they are currently receiving, equipping them with essential skills and knowledge. By altering these requirements, we risk diluting the quality of education our students receive. High school is a crucial period for intellectual and personal growth, and reducing the rigor of the curriculum can leave students unprepared for the challenges of higher education and also the workforce. In my early childhood education program, it is a CTE program, so I do primarily see high school juniors and seniors who want to become teachers, how to be teachers. I see firsthand how motivated and capable our high schoolers are. They are passionate about becoming future educators, and even more passionate about being future educators in the state of Indiana. However, their success is built on a foundation of strong academic preparation and diverse learning experiences. If we lower the bar, we undermine their potential and the future quality of education in our state of Indiana. Moreover, these changes could disproportionately affect students from disadvantaged backgrounds. While I live and teach in a city that is predominantly run with buses and trains and very good rail systems, a lot of our rural places in Indiana don't have the accessibility to reach the bar that we apparently are standing. Moreover, our goal should be to support and uplift our students, ensuring they have the resources and opportunities to meet high expectations. While exploring additional pathways to graduation can be beneficial, these should complement and not replace the existing rigorous standards Offering alternative routes can provide flexibility and support for our diverse learning needs without compromising the overall quality of education. I urge you to reconsider these proposed changes. Let's continue to challenge our students and provide them with the robust education that they truly deserve. By maintaining rigorous diploma requirements and offering additional pathways, we can ensure that Indiana students are well prepared to succeed in college, careers, and in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianna. Lydia Ivy, Kelly Brown, and James McNeary.
Good morning. My name is Lydia Ivy, and there are a few things related to the proposed new diploma that I would like to bring to your guys' attention. One of which, we talk about GPS, the Global Positioning System. Oh, that's not what we're talking about. I've talked to a lot of people in the community, and I highly recommend revising that acronym because it's already a little confusing. I'm sure it will become more well-known, but that is some feedback that has been given to me as additional concerned community members. One of the things that will need revised in some manner of speaking is in the proposed draft section 4C2. There's a discussion about elective social studies course and then some descriptions of economics courses, and those are listed under the social studies section. One of the things under there is listed as consumer economics, which per our standard is actually a family consumer science course, so I don't know if it means to say economics or global economics course because those would be social studies classes. One of the things related to that is that as political debates and always include a discussion of the economy, Indiana is currently rated very high in economic and financial education. Our Indiana Council for Economic Education is renowned nationwide, and I think that we should capitalize on this. And I think that that's largely what we're trying to do with this. Part of that would be everyone taking an economics course or a global economics course in order to be best prepared for the workforce and to be a good citizen in our democratic state. Relatedly, to be a really prepared global business citizen, as Indiana is very diverse and has many global business partners, at least 200,000 jobs in various global business places, we really ought to have a world focus requirement. Our current world focus requirements are too inflexible, only world history and world geography. We should allow a much broader range of classes to count as a world focus requirement, but to live in such a diverse area, there should be either world wars, ancient worlds, modern world, model United Nations, world current events. There's a lot of possible opportunities, and I really would love to see flexibility in this, but to be truly prepared world partners for what we have in Indiana, I believe that that should be a requirement. Also, in math, I have known many people who have taken geometry and suddenly discovered that there's a world of employment opportunities that they did not realize was great for them. Because of the different problem solvings in Algebra 1 and geometry, I think that the flexibility in math should really come at the third year. I think that would absolutely be excellent. The final thing, in terms of increased attendance rate, in the draft it says 3%. In doing the math, if a student attended, hopefully not, but if a student did attend 50 days, then the next year they would need to attend 52 days to meet that requirement. Personally, I think our Indiana students can do and should be asked to do much more than that in terms of marketed improvement in attendance. That was one of the things that I noted. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lydia. Kelly Brown, James McNeary, and General Lyles. General Lyles already spoke. I bet he thought he needed to sign in to speak. It's like, he wants to weigh in again. Okay, so let's do Abby Wiggum. Kelly, yes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm a school counselor at West Noble High School, and I appreciate your time. I would like to address only one issue today. The current proposal's blend of credits and points will be very difficult for students and parents to understand and for counselors to track. It will complicate communication with post-secondary institutions and other high school programs in and out of Indiana. Most importantly, it has the dangerous potential to lead a 16 or 17-year-old too far down an employment path to allow growth toward a different future than they imagined in 8th grade. European educational systems track students into lanes with a focus upon vocational training for many. And I agree that many of our students are well served by early vocational training. Indiana has already leveraged graduation pathways toward that particular end. However, in the U.S., high schools organically developed as the hub of a community. Both public and private high schools provide 4 years of athletics, fine arts activities, robotics competitions, etc. Our students, regardless of academic focus or future educational and vocational goals, interact with one another and develop workplace and citizenship skills together as a community for 4 years. I do not believe that Hoosiers wish for a change to a European model that would lead to a division after 10th grade. Therefore, I'm humbly asking you to reconsider the plan to use both credits and points as a measure of success. To educate comprehensively from 9th through 12th grades, we really need consistency. I assure you that the career and technical education course descriptions have begun to provide that flexibility and would continue to do so for the variety of work preparation experiences that our legislators and this committee value. These could easily be expanded without discarding the credit-based system. Credits and grades are easily understood by students and parents. Our current student information systems handle credit and grade-based courses efficiently, and they communicate easily with the elementary and middle school systems that exist in a corporation. And our current transcripts allow our post-secondary partners and transfer schools to easily understand what an Indiana high school student has accomplished. But most importantly, maintaining credits as the baseline with grades assigned for important benchmarks will give our juniors and seniors the flexibility to change course. Flexibility is the stated goal of the GPS diploma, the flexibility to move toward a future that fits. That should include the flexibility for a 17-year-old to realize that her current course is not her best course. I want my students to have earned both credits and grades through all experiences so that I can help them to change course and still demonstrate that they excelled with a GPA to prove it and prepare for a new goal if necessary. I hope you will give us both this chance to pivot. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. James McNeary, Abby Wiggum, and Haley Chambers.
Thank you, Dr. Jenner, members of the board. My name is James McNeely. I'm principal of St.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I should have known
it's all right,
better.
Dr. Jenner. It's okay. James McNeely, principal of St. Theodore Garin High School in Noblesville. I appreciate the opportunity for public comment. I appreciate the opportunity throughout this graduation diploma redesign that you've put a premium on asking for comment, asking for feedback. When I presented to our staff, that's the first thing I did is I laid everything out right after you guys had your initial meeting where you laid everything out, and I encouraged them to reach out for feedback. I was encouraged by that diagram that Ron Sandlin showed that showed 51% of the feedback you've received are from educators. So kudos to you on that. When I saw the GPS diploma, the first thing I appreciated is it gives us flexibility. We are a Catholic liberal arts school that places a premium on college preparedness for our students. It does not require us to change that focus whatsoever. And I think we've heard a lot of different focuses, that different programs and things, so we can personalize for individual kids. I think there's room for all that, and I appreciate the flexibility that the GPS diploma provides with that. I think it also embodies the spirit of the graduation pathways that we worked on many years ago. I remember sitting on focus groups, one with you, Byron, and we worked through a lot of that good work that happened during the graduation pathways discussion. I appreciate that this complements that and doesn't lose the spirit of it. I think just briefly, the seals I think are a great idea. I think there is a lot of flexibility, but I do think the seals provide a bit of a blueprint to be enrollment, enlistment, or employment ready. I think that was a good add after hearing a lot of comment initially. My one hope for the diploma redesign really stems from the GPS plus diploma. I think you throw a plus on anything, and a lot of our higher performing students are going to say, I want that. I want the highest that you've got. It places a premium on the work-based or employment-based experience over the service-based experience. I think I speak for many non-public schools. For many years, we've had a lot of success with a focus on a service-based approach. Provides great civic engagement with our kids, provides a sense of responsibility, a sense of gratitude for everything they have. The diploma pathways that we worked on provided elevated that service requirement. I just worry that if we take with the plus and we move that away, we only focus on the employment based, that we're losing that sense of importance with our students. Also, when I look at that plus, it has, we heard a little bit about the IB, the CP diploma, the DP, or the diploma program we offer at Guerin Catholic, and that has an extremely rigorous summer component in addition to the courses with our students. So these kids are doing an extended essay, a research project. They're already doing a service capstone project as part of that diploma program. So to add on an employee-based experience for them, I think would be particularly difficult. So that's my one hope, and that's my one as you guys go through that you'll consider keeping that service component equal with the work-based as well. Thank you very much.
Could you send us the capstone requirement?
Yeah, the
that you
CAS
have
project for
at Guerin Catholic
for IB.
I think it would be
yeah.
important for us to take a look at that, and that would be helpful. You can send it straight to me.
Sure, be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Abby Wiggum, Haley Chambers, Betsy Delgado.
Good morning. I want to first thank all members of the board for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you and voice my concerns. I am a recent alumnus of Whiteland Community High School. I graduated in 2023 with an academic honors diploma underneath the Pathways program while also completing the Indiana College Core. Currently, I am a student at Ball State University studying biology. The more important descriptor to me is that of a big sister to a current high school sophomore who herself has collegiate aspirations, who could potentially be affected by this program should her school system opt into it early. Today, I wanted to voice my concerns on the issues of providing sufficient support to students who intend to enroll in a higher education institution and, to a greater extent, fine arts requirements, as you heard from the students from Hamilton Southeastern. When I went to apply for college, I was innately given many opportunities to succeed via my degree curriculum. My coursework was rigorous and competitive, and I had numerous opportunities to take AP and dual credit classes. Through these opportunities, I was able to easily cultivate the 7 C's of employability, those being collaboration, communication, creativity, critical thinking, character, citizenship, and computational thinking. Equipped with these skills, I was able to attain my goals of enrollment in a 4-year institution, and I am well on my way to my career aspirations. However, I would not be painting the full picture if I did not tell you where I was able to grow these skills that enabled my success. I learned each and every one of these employable skills sitting in a band class or spending time at a marching band rehearsal, and I would not be succeeding as the individual I am today without them. I worked jobs throughout high school and I participated in internships, but neither of these opportunities were able to teach me even a fraction of what I learned in band. Collaboration and communication are built into the very foundation of music and the arts. Timeliness is not only encouraged, but required. And every single member of an ensemble or an arts class is a citizen who is responsible for upholding the character of the whole group. By eliminating a fine arts requirement, you would do a disservice to all students. It would drastically narrow a student's worldview. Even the students who will not continue to actively participate in the arts as a part of their future career learn invaluable skills through an arts education. By eliminating the requirement altogether, the importance of the arts is de-emphasized, when in reality, the arts are vital in creating well-rounded and competitive students as well as competent workers. The arts indeed have a very small role in my own future career aspirations of becoming a genetic counselor. However, the compassion, empathy, communication skills, and countless other traits that I learned in arts classes are the very lifeblood of my future career. Needless to say, without an arts education, I would not be where I am today. Some of the recommendations to rectify this disservice to Indiana students from the Indiana Music Educators Association are as follows.
Classes in the fine arts should be defined as a co-curricular instead of an extracurricular to ensure that students are provided with excellent and qualified arts educators. Inclusion of at least one fine arts credit requirement under the foundational courses and competencies in freshman and sophomore year should be implemented. And lastly, after-school performing arts activities such as marching band, show choir, or other outside ensembles and groups should be included as work-based learning underneath Component 2 of the GPS Plus plan. Thank you for your time and listening to me today.
Thank you. Thank you, Abby. Haley Chambers, Betsy Delgado, Shayna Liv Toronto.
Hello, and good morning, and thank you for the chance to talk with you guys today. My name is Haley, and I graduated from Whiteland Community High School in 2023 with an academic honors diploma and also completing the College Core program. I am now a student at Purdue University studying atmospheric science and media and mass communication and hoping of becoming a meteorologist. Though I may not have anyone close to me who will go through these recent changes, I'm still concerned for those younger than me who may not get the opportunities I had in my high school career. As I went through high school, I have been in many activities, including academic teams, student government, and athletics. The one that stuck with me for all 4 years, however, was band. The skills I still use to this day were taught in band before any other class I had taken. Things like perseverance, communication, and collaboration. Activities and jobs outside of school can give you these skills, but they are not used together like you see in the fine arts programs. These activities may give you bits and pieces, but where I learned to use everything in tandem was in my band classes and marching band. Without having at least one semester of these classes required, students may not get the chance to learn and use these skills at a younger age, nor get the chance to explore a new interest. These skills are even more emphasized in leadership roles in the fine arts as well. As a section leader my senior year, I oversaw not only myself, but also made sure others were working hard, having fun, and learning these skills as well. I got to attend meetings with other leaders and directors to improve the quality of our band. There, I learned more skills in collaboration, character, and critical thinking, things you use in the workforce daily. Speaking of the workforce, fine arts also helped me get a job junior year as well. Being able to build and grow in the 7 C's of employability helped me get a job without having any prior work experience. Fine arts helped me get volunteering hours through external programs like Impact, where I had mentored for middle school children in band and helped them have 2 days of having fun and playing their instruments, somewhat like being a summer camp counselor. Fine arts are not just something to do for fun, but also make your resume look more unique. Since I'd applied to places like Purdue, having a unique resume was particularly important to me. According to Purdue University undergrad admissions, the number of applications was 72,800 for 2023, where I applied. On the same website, they admit to using a holistic review process, which includes personal background and experiences. Seeing that I'm not studying anything music related, band would be included in this. Though it may not be the sole reason why I was admitted, taking part in fine arts and having leadership positions did help me shine more in my application. It showed that I was not just limited to science and math, but also I had learned creativity and dedication in other fields, making my application more unique. Though band and fine arts may not be the career everyone chooses, it is still important, no matter if you go into the workforce, college, or enlist in the National Guard. As someone who has been through the high school process very recently, I encourage you to think about changing the definition of fine arts classes to be co-curricular, adding at least one fine art credit to the foundational courses and competencies, and having marching band, show choir, etc. be included in work-based learning level 2. I thank you for your time and hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Haley, Betsy Delgado, Shayna Liv Toronto, and Stacy. Say it again. Kurtalat. Thank you.
It's okay. You can call me Betsy Avocado. That's what most people call me.
I know you, Betsy, so I wasn't gonna,
You got me right. Good morning, Dr. Jenner and the State Board of Education. My name is Betsy Delgado, and I serve as the Chief Mission Education Officer for Goodwill of Central and Southern Indiana. I lead the Excel Center in Indianapolis Met Models in Indiana and nationally. We serve nearly 6,000 diploma-seeking students every year, with the majority being young adults looking for a second chance at educational and vocational success. Today, my comments are in support of the new high school diploma. We appreciate the flexibility and outcome focus that are included in the new requirements and believe that they will serve our graduates well, both at the Indy Met and the Excel Center, our evidence-based model. We believe the new diploma will support the success of both our school models and, most importantly, will prepare our students for both college and career opportunities. Thank you to Dr. Jenner and her team for leading this collaborative effort across Indiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy. Shayna Liv Toronto, our good friend Stacy from Rensselaer, and Brian Disney. Stacy, I'll let you say your name correctly. It's like the first day of school. I'm having flashbacks as a teacher, you know, and you're like, yeah, I know. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning. My name is Shina Liv Toronto. I was previously a middle school orchestra teacher in Noble County, but next school year I will be still teaching middle school orchestra, but in Marion County. As I go into my 7th year of teaching, I am in awe of the work of Hoosier educators around the state. If you've ever been to ISMA State Finals, you have witnessed the jaw-dropping talent of our Hoosier students. The proposed diploma changes will have an immense negative impact on our talented Hoosier students and the programs that are so integral to their high school experience, as you've heard earlier today. I urge the Board of Education to maintain a broad educational perspective. The focus on workforce readiness overshadows the importance of creating well-rounded citizens with a broad worldview. That well-rounded education includes music and the arts. For the sake of our students' musical experiences, the proposed plan should have the following changes. 1, allow for more flexibility in changing educational pathways throughout high school. I teach middle school all day, every day, and I love it. But with that in mind, please hear me when I say that middle schoolers are not mature enough to choose a specific educational path. This misguided expectation of students will limit their ability to explore their interests in high school. The arts should be defined as co-curricular instead of extracurricular. These classes should be taught by qualified licensed teachers like myself for optimal student learning. By redefining the arts this way, we are further supporting a well-rounded education for our students as outlined in the Every Student Succeeds Act. 3, include a requirement of 1 credit of the fine arts in the foundational courses and competencies for freshmen and sophomores. And 4, include after-school performing arts activities as work-based learning under Component 2 of the GPS Plus Diploma. Activities like after-school symphony, marching band, jazz ensembles, and mariachi, just to name a few, provide Level 2 work-based learning experiences. By being in the arts, young Hoosiers will be able to compete in a global economy because we have provided them the space to be creative and innovative. We want to see lifelong success in our students. Music and the arts will boost their confidence, independence, perseverance, and leadership. And to me, that sounds like a very employable person. Thank you for your time and consideration this morning. I hope that in the future, I'm still able to boast about Indiana music programs because of the changes put forth by me and my peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Shayna. So we'll have Stacy, Brian, and Carl Cease.
Thank you. I'm Stacy Kurtelak, and I need to work on spelling my last name probably a little more clear. I've got the teacher handwriting.
All right, I own that. It's on me, Stacy.
It's okay. My maiden name was Hood. That was way easier to pronounce. I am here today to talk to you from a little bit of a different perspective that I'm not sure I've seen come up yet, and that is as I currently teach high school students with moderate and severe disabilities who are working towards an alternate diploma. And so for those of you who aren't aware of what constitutes an alternate diploma, it must be standards-based and aligned with the state's requirements for the regular high school diploma. Currently, that means at least 40 high school credits, applied units, or a combination of credits and units. There is also a requirement to actively align to a student's transition goal in their IEP, most of which are work-based experiences. We have spent the last few years in special education undergoing incredible changes in what we teach our students with significant cognitive disabilities. This will be my 29th year, and I've taught K through 12. It has changed dramatically in that time frame. And this was so that they ensure that they too were receiving that well-rounded education that had specific requirements across content areas that were rigorous yet appropriate for their skill level. The changes were built upon current Indiana standards and diploma requirements that the board felt all students must learn. And were there times when I questioned the rationale as to why my students with severe cognitive disabilities needed to take some of these classes? Yes. Did I wonder why I was now teaching applied geography and history of the world and applied interpersonal relationships? And I teach actually 7 different classes each semester for a 4-year cycle to make sure my kids get what they need? Yes, but the outcome has been outstanding. My students are learning so much more because of those changes. And my fear here is the board felt so strongly that all students needed to have that I'm watching it all go away in some of these requirements for those other diplomas. So that's one concern. Secondly, my other issue is I mentioned that work-based component for my students. My students have the opportunity to work with job coaches because they are pursuing that alternate diploma. But I will tell you, it is extremely difficult, especially in a rural community where we are, to find employers that will actually take my students. And what my fear is the fear of other people who work with our students with significant disabilities, is that our students are now going to lose those opportunities because every other kid in the high school is trying to get there too. Sorry, I get emotional when I think about my kids. Employment data for people with significant disabilities is already very low, and I fear this is going to take it even lower. We have worked so hard for our students to be meaningful contributors in our communities, and I feel like all of that progress is going to be lost, and my students will be back to sitting in sheltered workshops, or worse yet, sitting at home day after day with no opportunities. Please consider all of that fallout that happens when you make decisions for all the other students. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Disney, Carl Cease, Randy Hudgens. And just for your all's awareness, we're gonna, and I haven't even shared this with the board, we're gonna do a working lunch board, if that's okay, because I know we're gonna try to respect people's time and while they're here. So we'll probably deliver either a box lunch or have you step out one at a time and grab what you want. So working through those details, but we're going to continue on. I know you all been waiting a long time to give us your thoughts. So we're going to keep moving. Brian Disney.
All right, good afternoon. I want to thank Dr. Jenner, the board, the Department of Education for all their work. It was great to have the Commission of Higher Ed, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Indiana National Guard here as well to lay the framework for what they are working on with their projects. So I really appreciate that. I currently serve as the superintendent for the Archdiocese of Indianapolis, where we have 13 different high schools that I oversee, as small as less than 50 students in the high school and up to high schools over 1,100 students. Additionally, we serve in the urban, suburban, and rural areas. And as I've worked with our high schools, we recognize there are many different opportunities and challenges that vary based upon many of those different factors. So we appreciate the flexibility that you are providing with these new diplomas, and very excited about that. I also am thankful that our current students that are going on to college, whether they're going on to Notre Dame or going on to other elite schools, or they're going on to our state colleges or Ivy Tech, that they still will have all of the same opportunities that they currently have today to do the academics that are necessary for them. I also really appreciated today all the conversation about rigor because one of the concerns that I think has come out with the lack of description within some of the requirements is, will the rigor continue? And I love hearing over and over again that we are continuing to have that same rigor. As a former math teacher, the rigor of geometry and algebra 2, that same rigor in a statistics class, data analysis, et cetera, would be things that would be very valuable for our students to have. And so having that flexibility to either do the Algebra 2 route or have a route that might include statistics, appreciate that. I do have a couple of concerns on challenges on things that I would like for you to consider. And it's been mentioned a little bit, some of the current standards seem to be quite focused on work-based. And so some of the challenges that we run into in our schools, for our students that are not going on to a 4-year college right away, that aren't getting the college credits while they're in our schools, we have very limited capabilities to be able to offer the career graduation pathways as they currently are, the concentrators, et cetera. So we would love to be able to have some conversations about locally created pathways that would meet the needs needs of our schools and our students under the GPS diploma. Under the GPS Plus diploma, a couple of barriers that we are running into. With the ICC requirement, the students are required to get 15 hours from the university that is providing that certificate. Sometimes that becomes a challenge. You know, if we were to get 15 hours of ICAP classes, even though they're 15 from one place, those still would not allow us to get a certificate. So we would like to see either the flexibility under the ICC, which I know is not under the jurisdiction of this board, or that if they got those same 30 credits that would be an ICC, that would take away that limitation of having to get 15 from one specific institution that is degree bearing. The second thing that we would like for you to consider is, once again, and it's come up a couple times, in that component 2 of the Plus diploma is also to include service-based opportunities, opportunities for our students that are very involved in the marching band, in the choir, and those different performing arts sorts of activities where they also are getting all of those skills, those soft skills that were mentioned as being so important and we believe are very important for our kids to have, and also looking for opportunities for our students to work like in a ministry or in a charitable organization that would not be a paid internship, for the flexibility within those work-based learning too, or if that's a part of a service base for the GPS Plus diploma in that component too. So we thank you for all that you've done. We appreciate the flexibility that you've provided. We appreciate how you continue to talk about raising the rigor and making sure that all of our students are prepared. Our current system is working really well for a lot of our kids, and we want to keep that going. And for those that were not meeting their needs, we appreciate your efforts to help make their lives better. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Brian. Carl Cease, Randy Hudgens, and Kathy Demeyer. And then board members, we are going to have to go out one at a time. So Iris, we'll leave it to you to start, and then thank you. Right.
Thank you for allowing us to offer our input and our responses. My name is Carl Cease. I'm a retired teacher of Spanish and U.S. history at Twin Lakes High School. In my retirement, I've found more time to lobby at the State House, and I've decided to run for office, so I'm on the ballot to represent House District 38. As an educator, I'm concerned about the long-term future of Indiana's citizenry. My fear is that your efforts to reimagine the high school is turning into a nightmare, especially for smaller and rural school corporations, such as those in the House District that I seek to represent. I am hearing dread and fear about the lack of employers willing to take on placements of high school interns and apprentices. I'm hearing dread and fear from school administrators and counselors regarding the teaching and guidance of those students into the internships, the tracking and guidance. And I'm hearing dread and fear from parents of future high school students about needing transportation to internships and apprenticeships. Allow me to expand on that last point. Public school teachers already see students who place a distorted priority on working jobs in order to afford vehicles, gas, and insurance. That's what's important to them as teenagers. This has worsened with legislation this last session that loosened restrictions on working hours for students. Teachers have told me of immediately having more students unable to stay awake in class as a result of working longer and later hours. I fear that this will only worsen as students internalize the message, intentional or not, that society, as represented by the state through its diploma design, now places a much higher emphasis on a workforce of laborers rather than college-educated, critical thinking decision makers. I believe that the job of a high school student should be to study and learn in preparation for higher education, whether in college or university, or in the trades or the armed forces. The current academic honors diploma provides an achievable but rigorous incentive to take elective courses in foreign languages, higher math, social studies, and the fine arts. Along with government class traditionally taken as a senior when students pay a little bit more attention as they approach a voting age. Our public schools now graduate well-rounded citizens, prepared for participation in our democracy. With government being taught to students barely out of middle school, as I understand is intended in the new design, a GPS diploma that I keep hearing referred to as dumbed down, and a GPS plus diploma that I hear referred to as unrealistic or unattainable, I fear the results will be in Indiana falling farther behind in educating well-rounded students who are more than cannon fodder or mere cogs in a complex wheel, and are more than adults that are generally educated workers. Again, thank you for taking input, and I hope that the flexibility in design continues with the second
Thank you,
round.
Carl. Randy Hudgens, Kathy Demeyer, and Josh Reynolds.
Good morning. A working lunch from a box that we didn't have to pack in the morning is a really good day for us teachers, so I hope that that is delicious. I brought my own personally, but
It's not typical for me either. I never get it. Yeah, I get it, totally.
Hopefully some good options then. Dr. Jenner, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Randy Hudgens. I rise to agree with the sentiment in improving high school diplomas, but express concern at the current state of what looks to be the end of the academic honors diploma without a suitable replacement. I know we've talked about seals. I know that that's in the offing, but we don't really have anything, as I can see it, concrete on paper. I'm also rise to advocate for a robust social studies, world language, and fine arts curriculum. I was really heartened to see students from Hamlin Southeastern. I'm a resident of Fishers. I'm going to be sending my twin boy and girl to Hamlin Southeastern School, so I was so happy to see that from the students of Hamlin Southeastern. I really appreciate the world language folks being here, and they've been so strident with their advocacy. We are, as it currently stands, losing world history requirements. I know that there's flexibility in there, but when that's not there, our counselors have to do scheduling. My department chair has to figure out how many sections, where she's going to slot that stuff in, and that's not there currently. I hope it will be there. And honestly, and I put in here, and this has been talked about, the academic honors diploma for generations has been a gold standard by which Indiana high school students have been prepared for success at the college level. It encompasses anywhere, depending on who you ask, 35%, 45%, even above the percentage of high school students within our Hoosier state, with very little need for college remediation. Also, and this has been on the proposals that have been put up on this very screen about how we're #1 in the nation in students completing at least one college course in high school, 64% of our students earning a college credit. That's tremendous. I mean, we're not #1 in a lot of things throughout the country education-wise, and that's really cool that we have that opportunity. I teach dual credit U.S. history. I must express the concern of, if U.S. history is put in the 9th and 10th grade, are those college institutions going to take dual credit? I also saw the AP part. You have to do really, really well to get credit in AP. A lot of our students at Warren Central High School, where I teach, go for dual credit because that is much more portable, and that can go to a lot more institutions in the state and out of this state. And I don't know if IU is going to certify that if it's freshmen and sophomores, like at least it is in what is proposed. I also want to ask, let's please try and be also first in the nation in vocational credentials attained. At Warren Central High School, we have a wonderful Walker Career Center. My students walk out with credentials in so many things. They don't need to go to another job to get it. They can do it right there in-house and get hired right away. And I've seen some lives being changed. And I want access to that in all 92 counties, not here in Indianapolis alone, not here in Lafayette or other big metropolitan areas. Thank you to the members of the media for covering this issue, some of whom I've contacted myself. And this really needs to be presented to the parents, because when I talk to parents who have kids that are 8th grade or above, they're really concerned. And you want to make sure that you're handling the narrative on this, because there might be less informational stuff out there. There's one. Also, I want to celebrate my students at Warren Central. They do a tremendous number of things. They're in dual credit classes. They're in marching band. They are the officers in their clubs. They work after school. They are the shift leads at their places of employment, having people underneath them. That's tremendous work experience, which I hope is included in the new framework. And I'm sure many of my colleagues have similar students overcoming the cards they're dealt and achieving great levels of significance. And I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. Thank you and have a nice day.
Yeah, thank you, Randy. Kathy Demeyer, Josh Reynolds, Eric and Christine. The writing, I can't get the last names, but you can introduce yourself. Yeah, thank you.
Kathy DeMeyer, principal of Goshen High School in Elkhart County. You may have heard our county is often referred to as the RV capital of the world. We do have a plethora of manufacturing opportunities, and as a result, a fairly robust work-based learning program for our students to find meaningful employment in our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I believe the board is on the right track, and the graduation proposal will complement our students' needs well. I'd like to share 3 2024 graduate examples that demonstrate this. Example 1, these would be students that would qualify for the enlistment and the employment seals in the future. We happen to have the highest number of Army National Guard enlisted grads for any Indiana school our size. For reference, we have just over 2,000 students. Several of those students also participated in work-based learning with the full support of their recruiters. The recruits intend to use their enlistment to continue into post-secondary educational options as well. Example 2 is a grad that would qualify for enrollment and employment seal. Moses, an engineering graduate, interned with a service company in northern Indiana through our work-based learning program. Through that experience, Moses designed and built a crane for the company. He and a teammate are the 2024 Technology Student Association National Champions for Structural Design and Engineering. Moses also earned dual credits through our Red Hawk University program and will be attending Rose-Hulman this fall. And my final example is a student that in the future would qualify for an employment seal. Carla is a 3-year manufacturing graduate who interned with a Northern Indiana plastics company and now has a full-time position with another local plastics company. And I highlight these grads because the company she is going to, well, let me add, they have opportunities for her to further her education as well. I highlight them because even though they're each on their own path and maybe they're going to earn a different combination of these seals if they were future students, they're all prepared for post-secondary choices and options, and none of us were ready to know what we wanted to do at 18. And at my age, I still think, what do I want to do? We're just never there. We're always learning, right? And so I think this work is so important, and we can help feed our communities employees that they want. We can also help kids with college debt. And then we can give options to kids who maybe never felt like they had them before. And kids change their mind. So one quick final thing, I have a child who went to college. I do believe that has helped him in his future, but he's actually traveling the world working in the manufacturing world and with laser cutters. So they change their mind. And I think if we could offer those options, it will just better everyone. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Josh Reynolds, Eric and Christine, and John O'Neill.
Hello, I'm Josh Reynolds. I am a senior investigator for a very large insurance company in the healthcare industry. I have 15 years experience working in law enforcement, 12 years working I was in the Indiana Army National Guard. I say all that and to focus on my main point is that I'm actually a 34 years experience as a band kid. And I'm here to advocate for defining arts as co-curricular instead of extracurricular, including a requirement in the sophomore year for foundational courses and competencies for 1 credit of fine arts, including after-school performing arts activities as work-based learning under component 2 of the GPS Plus plan. The importance of fine arts is it's part of the holistic development of students. It nurtures creativity, creative thinking, and emotional intelligence. The cognitive development, fine arts education enhances cognitive abilities, including problem-solving skills, memory retention, and spatial temporal skills. Academic performance, fine arts students tend to have higher academic achievement and standardized test scores. Engagement and motivation. Fine arts students are more engaged and more motivated, and reducing dropout rates and improving school attendance. It's a medium for students to express their emotions and deal with stress and promoting mental health. Collaboration and communication. Fine arts activities teach teamwork, communication skills, and build self-confidence. Industries value creative thinking and innovation, skills that are cultivated through fine arts education. Community and cultural impact. Fine arts programs enrich communities by fostering a sense of cultural heritage and community pride. Civic engagement. Students involved in fine arts are more likely to participate in community service and civic activities. Fine arts don't detract from core subjects, but complement and enhance learning in subjects like math, science, and language arts. I also point out that in the many groups that I play with over the years, there are many people that have been part of band all their lives, and people that are military veterans, police officers, doctors, lawyers. They're all parts of band and other arts. And I feel it's a critical subject that needs to be addressed, that needs to continue to be a requirement. And it's important that it is a requirement, because things that are required get funded. And I've heard school administrators say, if it's not a requirement, I'm not going to fund it. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Eric and Christine, Josh O'Neill, Leslie Wells.
Hi, I'm Eric Longenecker. I go by Mr. Lowe, so I respect that you're like,
Mr.
who
Lowe.
is this guy?
Got it.
So, yeah, and this is Christine Hosp. She is one of my stakeholders, one of our awesome parents. She's going to give a little spiel of why she's here, and then I'm going to kind of jump in. So,
Okay.
busted.
Just kidding. I actually came to learn a little bit about what's going on. I have 2 kids. Well, they're teenagers. One just graduated this past June, and I have a daughter who is going to be a junior this year. So my son has struggled through math his entire life, and learning this pathway system, I think he would have done much better in a process of college was not on his radar for him, and I didn't want to push him that way. And he's going into a private school, so that's kind of where they head. And my daughter, who is like definitely going to college, it ends up being that I hope that you guys do pass I had something typed up, but I'm not going to read it. So, because I learned so much today, because our kids all learn differently. I learn differently. I went to a 4-year college. My husband, on the other hand, graduated from Wayne Township, and he went through the airline industry, through Vincennes. So it just shows that there's different ways of learning for everybody, and that's kind of what I wanted to learn about and how I'm here. So, sorry.
Thank you.
Which leads me to me. So her wonderful son, Matthew, was our senior, and she was one of the first parents that kind of gave us the mission. I'm one of the non-pubs. I serve as the vice principal at Cardinal Ritter High School on the west side. And so really, I want to just encourage. I came last year, it's my first year as a vice principal. I had no idea what a pathway was. I came from 3rd grade, taught 9 years in 3rd grade. I could give you really good read alouds and things. I had no idea, besides a diploma, what we were talking about. And people like Parker Zent, Scott Berghoff, Melissa Rothenberger, Jed Vance, Sam Rourke, I just asked questions. I was the annoying guy that found their cell phone numbers, called them, just asked them questions about what these pathways look like, and then I was able to find career scholarship accounts. And so it's pretty cool to say that these SEALs that we're talking about, having Armor Air HVAC program that we're going to start next school year, we're going to have Lionfish cybersecurity, we're in our 2nd year of CNA and pharmacy. Those are really cool things that we're able to do with the career scholarship accounts. And honestly, it's just, you're open, you're listening, and you really want to help out the school and the students. And coming from nothing to something, it's just a blessing to have people like you up here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric and Christine. John O'Neill, Leslie Wells, Ryan Hill.
Thank you, Secretary Jenner and board members. John O'Neill with Indiana State Teachers Association. And I just want to start off by thanking all of you for the chance to have ISTA as part of this important conversation around high school graduation requirements. And also listening to the numerous members that we've had, ISTA member educators from around the state who have come to the board to speak over the last few months, sharing their wholehearted thoughts and perspectives as educators in our state. The graduation proposal does reflect a significant shift both for teachers and students, and ISTA represents tens of thousands of members across the state, and we believe that their expertise has and can add a wealth of knowledge to the redesign plan. I do want to take a few minutes today just to touch on a few nuanced recommendations about the proposed changes that provide insights into the proposal moving forward, particularly several equity issues that could be addressed as you think about your future drafts and implementation down the road. We've heard a little about this today as well as previous meetings in terms of transportation. I know several people today mentioned that. Just want to go into a little further exploring that topic in particular. We've heard about sort of the challenges facing small and rural school districts having limited access to student employment opportunities, as well as disparities that may exist across all districts, urban, suburban, rural, in terms of funding and resources. ISTA believes that these issues should be considered further in the final plan so that it accounts for all Hoosier kids, regardless of background, geographic area, or socioeconomic status. And now I want to get into the transportation issue. We know that this is a concern that's been raised. I just want to point out a few facts that sort of highlight how much of a concern this could be down the road. It's not just a factor that affects small and rural districts. Having the assurance that kids have transportation to and from these work-based learning sites is critical in implementing this plan. Funding, of course, will be addressed, I'm sure, during this coming legislative session for 2025. There is a direct correlation between poverty and socioeconomic factors such as race and resource access, including transportation, as well as opportunities for apprenticeships and internships generally. Such opportunities vary widely throughout the state depending on employment density and options that those students have. I see that I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to highlight real quickly that even in Marion County, where we have a very urban core center with lots of opportunities for work, over 30% of residents still rely on public transportation, and that's even including adults. So these are challenges. One suggestion on this would be to provide student transportation, such as shuttles, to and from these sites. And so, again, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Didn't quite get to all of my recommendations, but we'll have further conversations. And we just want to make sure that all Hoosier kids have equitable opportunities to achieve and thrive. So thank you again.
Thank you, John. Leslie Wells, Ryan Hill, Dalen LaFleur.
Fair warning that I'll probably be closer to the 5-minute mark on the discussion item of diploma, so just bear with me. I'll keep it tight. I'm a parent of a 9 and 12-year-old in Perry Township. I really appreciate that you all are taking public feedback and that you're actually using it and changing things as necessary. It is an admirable attempt to provide maximum flexibility for students, but I think this proposal inadvertently closes doors to students that they may not think they'll ever walk through, but may find out later that they need or want. While I'm sure it isn't the intent, this plan seems to be an overcorrection from what we currently have, one that creates barriers for college-bound students while removing pieces of a high-quality education that all students need, regardless of their career path. Our education system does not exist solely to turn out workers to fill companies' needs, because before our children ever become workers, they should first become critical thinkers. We want them to be globally competitive, responsible, and informed citizens. To do that, they need to know how our world works, not just how to do a job. Math, reading, and ELA alone do not develop well-rounded, future-ready students. Foreign languages grow globally minded leaders, the arts create innovative thinkers, and physical education sparks lifelong habits and interest. Removing course requirements limits students' exploration, and we cannot predict which course could change their trajectory. Just as we can't say whether a college grad will use their degree, we don't know whether a GPS earner may want or need to attend college later in life to increase their skills or start a business even. Ensuring Indiana's base diploma is college ready provides students the maximum flexibility and freedom to decide what they want to do when they want to do it. This may be resolved by the diploma seals, which is encouraging. But as a parent, I want to ensure any enrollment ready seal makes sure my kids are ready for any university, not only certain ones. And while the GPS Plus diploma might do that on paper, the requirements are unrealistic, even for very advanced students. Dual credit and AP honors courses require more work inside and outside the classroom. Adding work-based learning requirements on top of that makes it nearly impossible. There really isn't a student in high school who can practically do that diploma. If there's concern about forcing non-college-bound students to take college-ready courses, we should have equal concern about forcing college-bound students to fulfill these work-based learning requirements. And while there are many benefits to work-based learning, it does present concerns, especially for minors. As a parent, I'm concerned about my children being required to be in an adult setting that could open them up to potentially inappropriate content and inappropriate people. The places and positions that are appropriate and prioritize student interests will have steep competition. And what's going to be left over for the students who aren't selected for those positions that align with their interests? Certain groups will most assuredly face significant disadvantages in the selection process. For example, Perry Township has a large immigrant and refugee population. We, and every district in the state, have students who may not meet the legal requirements to work as a result. But a student's circumstances should never dictate their future. Likewise, a growing number of families face economic disadvantages. Requiring students to transport themselves only deepens the divide between the haves and the have-nots. But providing school transportation also presents significant logistical concerns. Our district still does not have enough bus drivers to transport our students to and from school without having to do go-backs, let alone trying to get them to jobs during the school day. Admittedly, most parents don't have the depth of knowledge you do on this topic, which makes it hard for us to suggest realistic alternatives to address our concerns. I can only offer the following considerations. First, require and develop courses that help grow educated global citizens while protecting teachers' jobs. The arts, foreign languages, physical education, these are not throwaway classes just because they aren't on a standardized test. Next, rework the GPS Plus diploma to find a better balance of required work-based learning and courses, or update portions of the existing honors diploma. For work-based learning, reduce the required hours. There are only so many hours in a day and only so many days in a childhood. These kids have the rest of their lives to be overworked. Ensure students are properly compensated. Being paid in experience is antiquated. Compensation for students could go toward reducing their college debt, helping them gain additional licenses, or simply covering living expenses. Collaborate with refugee and immigrant serving organizations to find solutions for students who do not meet the legal requirements for employment. Next, require certifications for workplaces. If the state is going to require that students learn in an adult workplace, the state must also ensure those environments and the people in them are safe and appropriate for our kids and support and prioritize the student's career interest. Lastly, provide additional funding for transportation. This could help school districts pay for more drivers and pay those drivers year-round so that students could complete these type of internships or work-based learning during the summer. In closing, the decisions you make here will have a lifelong impact on our children's, their family, and our communities. In my work, I talk to college students who still don't know what they want to do with their degrees. How can we expect a 13-year-old to make that decision in 8th grade? I appreciate all the work you've put into this plan. Supporting all students in their paths is the right goal. There are great parts of this plan, but it's not quite there yet. I look forward to seeing additional changes, but I hope you will delay final approval beyond this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Ryan Hill, Dalen LaFour, and Carrie McZuza. I'm sorry, Carrie. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jenner and board. I'm Ryan Hill. I'm the superintendent of the Crossing High School, and we work with kids that need an opportunity. The crossing solved for relevancy of career training, credentials, and significant work-based learning experiences over the past 10 years, similar to the GPS model. Our program is very similar to the design work and the structure that you're pointing at already. Working with students who are an average of 15 credits behind and 1.5 grade levels off pace, we had to figure out how to position them for lifelong success. We corrected these issues primarily by solving for work-based learning at scale. Our solution is to deploy the kids and an instructor, trusted adult, a teacher, with them into companies at a 1-to-20 ratio. But our solution aside, I want to share what I'm seeing statewide in collaboration with numerous school partners, businesses, and community organizations. The GPS proposal has put rocket fuel on collaboration and problem solving. I have seen after-school programs such as Lifeline and Elkhart collaborate with their local high school to create pathways in an after-school program that used to just be for essentially taking care of kids and supporting them. We've also seen St. Joe County Boys and Girls Club embed a career training program inside of a local high school. And so students have access to those opportunities during their time at the Boys and Girls Club. In Anderson, Madison County Highway Department has brought our students in, so municipalities are now getting involved. I see superintendents solving for scalability, work-based learning out of the building in the following way. The 3Es grant came to Elkhart County through Horizon Education Alliance, and we worked with Elkhart High School to take students who had been denied Career Center opportunities due to the qualifications it took to be in the Career Center. Most of the students, if not all, were minority students. That went from 12 students 3 years ago to 75 students this year. I urge you to keep your foot on the gas and prioritize solving for scalable work-based learning for industry and academic success after students graduate. Scale is possible. We can provide all students an opportunity to live an empowered life, which will transform our state and world for the better. Now I'd like to give a huge shout out to Dalen. Dalen, come on up. Dalen is here. He took time off from his summer job, which if you look at male youth unemployment, you can see the uniqueness of the fact that Dalen has a summer job. He's here today. He's excited, and we're gonna support him through this. He's going into his senior year next year, and he got this summer job because of his high performance in his work-based learning experience. Dalen.
Great, and Dalen, you're up next, actually, on the list, so we're perfect timing.
Thank you for having me. My name is Dalen LaFleur. I attend the Crossing High School in Indianapolis. I am here to support any creative ways Indiana can provide opportunities for students like me. I am part of a work-based learning program at Plastic Recycling, Inc. PRI is one of the largest plastic recycling companies in the USA, right here in Indy. I provide income from I skipped one.
That's all right, that's all right.
My experience at PRI has taught me teamwork, leadership, and confidence. I am 18. I'm working a summer job with PRI. I will be a senior next year. I provide income for myself. I have my own car. I have phone bills, my own dog I take care of, and much more. Working at plastic recycling, I've got forklift certified. I know how to run a cardboard baler by myself. I can load and unload semi-trucks and much more. But I hope other students like this can have this chance that I have. And I want to thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalen. It's always incredible to have students here, and we've had several today, so thank you very much. Carrie?
Carrie Mixa.
From Carrie Mixa?
Yes.
And then Peter Mixa.
That's right.
And then Lori Young.
All right. Well, thank you for all still being here. Holy moly. Hi, my name is Carrie Mixa. I am a parent of 2 children.
class of 2026, class of 2030. I also work for a small women-owned business. I'm a design project manager for residential and some commercial construction projects. I work with a lot of contractors and a lot of trades, local artisans, from tile installers and carpenters to upholsterers and furniture makers. I am also a board member of the Indiana Coalition for Public Education. I have been an advocate for funding and supporting traditional public schools that welcome all children no matter what for about a decade now. It's been a long time. Public schools are public institutions that unify communities and teaches our youngest how to be community members, something that shouldn't be taken for granted. In this past decade, my concerns have moved from the misuse of standardized testing and voucher money flowing out of the state public school funding bucket via vouchers to now being alarmed by the weakening of child labor laws and multi-million-dollar out-of-state companies wooing parents to send their kids to Bible school during the school day, while our legislators say we have a reading crisis and a truancy crisis. For a conservative state, our legislators are very radical and quite heavy-handed. I'm here to say that we community members are confused, and we've been confused for a long time. There's been so much change in public education in this state. We don't understand the school choice system. We don't realize or understand how our state allows money to follow the child, but not necessarily the rights that are afforded them in public school. Many of us don't understand the heavy weight of testing, and yet there are others of us that believe that standardized tests define the quality of schools because that's what the marketing says, and it's not true. Many of us still think school grades apply because that's what's on real estate sites, even though the state hasn't issued school grades since I think before the pandemic. 99% of us don't know what GPS is. And those few of us that have seen the GPS site don't understand why it doesn't include years. It doesn't include things that matter to caregivers, like does the school have a playground or a nurse, music classes, does it serve breakfast and lunch, offer transportation, do they accept all children? And now the few of us that know, in the know about this diploma, we really don't get it. And listening today, I still don't get it. Pathways, seals, there's a lot of words being thrown around by all the presenters today. We're worried about the more weight on work study when some of us know how challenging off-campus experiences are for many kids because they are kids. The gal from Perry highlighted a lot of those concerns. I work with contractors and construction. I work with a lot of these people. I don't want these individuals around my children unless they go through background checks. Although I do love a lot of the guys I work with. Anyway, to close, I want to say what we do know is that we trust and rely on our community public schools and all that they offer. There are so many traditions and memories. As an advocate for the State House sessions, that watches State House sessions, I know you guys are dished a lot of work, much like our public schools. We run into snags in construction all the time. This diploma needs more time. It is not ready. December is not the right deadline. You must ask for an extension. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carrie. Peter, Lori, and then Leanne Ludwig.
Good afternoon at this point. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Pete Mixa. I have 2 kids in school, 3 degrees, a bachelor's, master's, and doctorate in education, and 25 years in the doing education work. I just a quick note. It was interesting to see the percentage of students, I think it was going on or completing college in Switzerland. A little bit of context, it only costs $400 to $4,000 a year to go to school in Switzerland for college, so that would be nice to have here too. It is apparent to me that the new high school diploma represents an ideological rather than a pedagogical initiative that involves shifting priorities from concerns for educating the whole child to concerns for supporting Indiana businesses. After reviewing the proposed changes, it is clear that the academic rigor and curricular offerings of the typical Indiana high school education will be watered down, and as a result, the average child's high school experience will be less enriching. Instead, the new diploma plan attempts to shift the burden of basic workplace training from businesses to schools in the name of providing workplace readiness, adding yet another responsibility to the already overburdened list of needs our schools are trying to fulfill on behalf of our communities. The diploma plan will essentially provide free labor for businesses while shortchanging children on their educational experience and rushing them to adulthood. The rush of trying to implement such a complex curricular change for the 24-25 school year speaks to the deep ideological nature and motivation for this change. It is evident that this is about changing the nature of the school experience to match a vision of the purpose of education that is out of step with the evolution of schooling in our country, which is more of reflecting an opportunity for students that not only prepares them with vocational and collegiate readiness, but that also helps them learn to get along and collaborate productively with others in their community, and that helps them to develop the critical thinking capacities necessary to become active participants in our democratic system. Unfortunately, there does not seem to be evidence that these changes are accounting for developmentally appropriate practices or that they're even motivated by pedagogical innovation. In being the only state in the country that's trying to implement such a change, you may think you're leading, but if so, I believe it's a race to the bottom. The prospect of raising children in a state with this view of schooling is distressing. We are apparently about to hand a recruiting boon to businesses for low-wage workers and to the military for able young bodies at our children's educational expense. I believe that the implementation of this change should be paused and that a revised plan should be created that involves a broader constituency of voices and deeper consideration for the purpose of education. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Peter. Lori Young, Leanne Ludwig, Paul Ketchum.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jenner and members of the State Board of Ed. Thank you for this opportunity this afternoon. While I appreciate the improvements to the GPS and the GPS Plus high school redesign, I remain concerned about how high schools will fund the diploma redesign. Schools will need dedicated counselors to guide our students along the GPS pathways, whether or not they pursue a seal or not. Currently, we lack the trained personnel necessary to support this diploma. Schools will need software to track the coursework and competencies requirement without having to change or upgrade their learning management systems. Currently, many of the learning management systems lack this capability unless you upgrade, and upgrading costs money. And then moreover, several have mentioned this, it's transportation. Transportation for work-based learning is not just a logistical issue, it presents a significant barrier for many of our students and school corporations. If students opt for the Employment Ready Seal but cannot access their work-based learning opportunities, we cannot expect them to succeed. Currently, placing these costs on students or schools risks failure for our future leaders. I do have 4 solutions, but I want to emphasize that only one truly benefits Hoosier families, in my opinion. First, we could reallocate funds by cutting non-essential extracurricular or co-curricular activities, and I don't honestly think that's a good idea for our Hoosier families. We could shift transportation costs to work-based learning providers. I don't think that's good either because they have so much training, they're gonna have to do background checks, they're gonna have to do some underwriting for their insurances. We could raise taxes to cover these additional expenses. I don't know one Hoosier who wants to have their taxes raised. I certainly do not. So the one I've come up with is to develop a new equitable school funding formula. And I know that that is very labor intensive, and that costs money to do that. We must avoid imposing yet another unfunded mandate on our schools. The future of our students depends on our actions today. We must work together with our state legislators to ensure this diploma redesign is financially supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori, and thanks for coming with solutions. Several of you have. That's really, really helpful, and I know many of us are jotting those down, so really appreciate it. Leanne Ludwig, Paul Ketchum, Andy Allen already spoke once, so I'm going to Leanne Ludwig. We have several people signed up twice. And then Jeff Butts already texted me that he had to run. So it looks like we have Leanne Ludwig and Paul Ketchum.
Okay, well, I had good morning wrote down, but it's afternoon
It
now,
is.
so
It
good
is.
afternoon. My name is Leanne Ludwig. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and my background. I am a senior at Batesville High School. I come from a family that is highly involved in agriculture. We own a farm where we grow produce and run farmers markets. I aspire to continue this on by starting my very own horticultural business. Although I could ramble about my plans for my business for a long time, let me tell you about my experience in Batesville and how Batesville High School is supporting my future plans. As a freshman, I moved to Batesville Community School Corporation from St. Nicholas Catholic School. As you would expect, I was pretty nervous throughout this transition. I searched and searched for a part of the high school that called my name and made me feel at home. After a couple months of bouncing around, I finally found my home in the walls of Batesville High School in the agriculture education room. I immediately fell in love with the experiences of the Batesville FFA chapter. I am going on my 4th year of FFA. Throughout FFA, I have been offered multiple opportunities, specifically during my sophomore year. My ag teacher and FFA advisor pushed me to do the ag sales contest. Boy, did this have an impact on me. This contest sharpened many skills that will help me in the future of owning my own business. Little did I know the seed was only being planted with the ag sales contest. I also do a supervised agricultural experience in the FFA chapter. I will be referring to this as an SAE. My SAE is vegetable production on my family's farm. Within my SAE, I have started separate parts of my family farm that are the beginning parts of my business. For example, this year I sold starter vegetable plants in the spring before the produce season to generate revenue sooner. In this upcoming year, the high school has created a new class called Work-Based Learning SAE. My senior schedule contains 2 days out of the week doing Work-Based Learning SAE. I hope to use this time to gain as much knowledge and experience before starting my own business. Because of Work-Based Learning SAE, I am able to make a step towards starting my own business as a senior in high school. FFA has not been the only thing in my high school career that will support my future. Lots of opportunities are offered to you during your junior and senior years at Batesville High School. Will you choose Career Center, Ivy Tech, mentoring at our local hospital, or work-based learning? I chose Ivy Tech and work-based learning. I am currently working towards obtaining my associate's degree through Ivy Tech at the same time as obtaining my high school diploma. This will help me in the future as it is setting me on the right path to get a college degree in business. I am also doing the Indiana College Corps, which will save me on college tuition. I have also gained a grave amount of work ethic from these rigorous college courses. My junior year, I did work-based learning cadet teaching. Overall, this had such a positive impact on me. I have flourished in so many employability skills because of this experience. I have absolutely no doubt that my high school experience has built an extremely strong foundation for my future. If all goes well, maybe you all can come visit my horticultural business and see just how much this foundation has helped me. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Again, another student here, and hopefully, Leanne, we can do that. And by the way, there are a couple names I did miss. So following Paul, we'll have Israel Herrera and Martha Nikos, and then that will be it. I think I've gotten everyone. So Paul Ketchum.
Dr. Jenner, not since Christmas morning have I anticipated getting somewhere. So thank you for making me wait till 1 o'clock. I hope it was worth the wait. First thing I want to do, every public opportunity I get is to lift up the education profession. There's a lot of educators sitting behind me, and educators, teachers are the profession that create all the professions. And I never want anyone in the state of Indiana to lose sight of how important our education systems are. Whenever we talk about our education systems, we're talking about our most valuable natural resource, our children, right? And that's why this room's filled today. I sincerely want the Indiana High School Diploma to be the most valuable diploma in the United States of America. And I don't just say that for hollow words. We have an obligation to prepare kids like Leanne Ludwig to be successful after graduation, whatever that success is. Going to college, starting a business, enlisting in the armed forces. But the one thing that drives me, that I think that we've lost a little sight of, is the power of perspective. Batesville, Indiana is known for producing caskets. Worldwide pandemic, those individuals had to work 7 days a week. Their perspective was management was running them in the ground to make money. Their perspective was accurate. Management's perspective, are you going to be the individual who's going to call a loved one and tell them we can't bury them for 2 weeks because we can't make a casket? Their perspective was accurate. The power of perspective. So everything I've heard today, I understand from your perspective where you're coming from, but let me dive a little deeper into the data. There are 1.1 million students in public school, in schools in Indiana. Our ecosystem, 1.1 million students. Over 13 grades, K through 12. That's about 85,000 students per grade level. If 70% of those students go to a four-year college, in Batesville that's average, 65 to 70% of our students go to college, that's about 59,000 students that go into college from that initial 85,000 cohort. The data tells me after year one, only about 70% of that 70% return for their sophomore year. That's about 17,000 students. That means about 30% of our students don't go to college after high school, or 25,500. When you add those freshmen who don't return their sophomore year, plus the students who don't go to college after graduation, that's about 43,000 students out of every cohort. So out of every 85,000 student cohort, 43,000 are no longer in college after their sophomore year. There's a lot of reasons why. I'll tell you the one. It's relevance. We need to do a better job in K-12 education, creating relevance for the education students get. And by giving kids the opportunity to choose and have the flexibility to meet their needs, they're going to find more relevance. So there is some confusion. What is GPS, GPS plus? And I get that, right? That's correctable. I think most of what I'm hearing today is communication. It's not really logistics, it's communication. We are still going to send kids to Notre Dame, Purdue, IU, Rose-Hulman. We're going to do that. That's our obligation. But we have about 43,000 students out of every cohort. They're not sure what they're going to do. Or I heard a parent say, or they have a college degree, they're not sure what they're going to do with. That's got to be corrected. And I appreciate the opportunity for schools to have the flexibility and have some leadership to go either GPS, GPS plus, to meet kids where they're at, to create relevance for all students. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paul, and then Israel Herrera, followed by Martha.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak again in a School Board of Education meeting. My name is Israel Fernando Herrera. I'm a teaching professor at Indiana University, Bloomington. I teach Spanish in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, and I'm representing the Indiana Language Roadmap, and also some of the colleagues in the IU College of Arts and Sciences, as well as the Hamilton Lugar School of International and Global Studies. I would like to start with special words to the Department of Education for giving us the opportunity to meet with different stakeholders. I would really want to thank Brooke Huntington and also Ron Sandlin. We had the opportunity to have a meeting with our group. We were able to exchange information, questions, and it has been a good conversation. The conversation keeps going, and also we want to thank the school board members for offering and giving us the opportunity to talk to them, opening that door and giving us the opportunity to talk about the diplomas and also the importance of world languages in this process. So I'm here once again in order to voice the importance of world languages in the new diplomas and the consideration of different aspects of global preparedness in world language skills and competencies for our students so they can be prepared and educated as well-rounded global citizens. One of the things that I would like to highlight once again, as I have done in every month, is the importance to have in the diplomas the global preparedness and world language competencies and skills component. Either with having the credit for world languages as we have in the academic honors diploma, and in this moment that would be that won't be anything different, crediting and acknowledging the learning of a second or multiple languages, either by the study of one language during high school or two languages based on the decision of the student. And also, once again, to highlight the importance of acknowledging something that we approve in our state, the certificate of multilingual proficiency that we didn't see in the diplomas. And it's very important to recognize the proficiency of a language in our students. Also, we vouch for giving points for fulfilling one or any other option, like the experiential learning service internship in a multinational organization in Indiana, if that's feasible. Also, the possibility for a high school global project with other high schools overseas, for study abroad experiences for those who could afford it, for a faith-based mission in a country where a world language is used, for any bilingual, multilingual work, event, cultural festival during high school grades, for a continuous online world language exchange with a high school or college overseas, for applying in the school community or rural areas a global initiative, or for any other alternative that advocate for global or world language practice that advances the global education of the student. So those are not requirements, those are possibilities, alternatives for the students. Once again, we are grateful for the spaces that the Department of Education have given us, and also we really want to thank the school board of members for giving us the opportunity for a dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Israel. Martha Nikos.
Last but not least, I hope.
That's right, that's right.
Thank you very much for your patience, and especially the patience of the audience for staying so long and listening to various really well-formed arguments and statements. I appreciate the sincere listening that you all have done throughout this process. I've been to several of these meetings now. And my name is Martha Nikos, I'm so sorry. Or Nikos Marta. I am in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction in the program of Literacy, Culture, and Language Education. And in that capacity, I have a few questions that pertain to your enrollment, enlistment, and employment. The first one concerns global citizenship, and the second, or the other questions have to do with teacher education, which is, of course, the area that I'm in. The first question is basically to ask, how do the new diplomas, which don't require language study or world history, or for that matter, fine arts, performing arts, and so on, prepare students to be global citizenships and, to be global citizens in our globalized world. We all know that global citizens are well-rounded citizens. They are problem solvers, critical thinkers, imaginative, and they have imaginative creativity. They also have enhanced communication skills. Enhanced communication skills come through world languages. All of us prize global citizens who are such people as our pharmacist, who is able to decipher the Latin in our prescriptions, the Army corporal, who is able to interact with citizens wherever he or she is deployed, the band members who form the wonderful bands that the State Department sends around for cultural diplomacy. So all of these folks really do profit from having world languages. And also we are in Indiana where we export, or we are the 7th leader in export of agricultural products in the United States. And here too, we really should be requiring our graduating students to engage in our competitive economy. Sorry, I've been sitting here listening to everybody's wonderful words, and I'm tripping over my own. So here, the second question, or second set of questions, has to do with teacher education. By the way, I'm failing here as a educator. I brought a visual along, and visual input, I would like to remind the board of the various companies that are based here in Indiana who also require citizens with multiple languages. And as a teacher educator, very quickly, I do want to ask, what are your plans for teacher education programs, particularly pre-service teachers, to get them recalibrated if we're going to be thinking about our high school diplomas in a different way? How do we also address the teacher shortage statewide who don't have the vision that you are providing here? And then also with the over 40 dual language programs in our school districts and schools, we need teachers who are world language capable and proficient to be able to guide our students and communicate through multilingual ways. And so please take this into consideration, and please require world languages along with the other wonderful areas that I've mentioned. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Martha. And that concludes our public comment section. So I'll offer the board if you have any other questions, comments. Otherwise, we'll call for adjournment. And before Byron says so moved, let me just on behalf of the board members, we so appreciate the hours and hours and hours that people have invested to really like lean in with us and think about how can we make high school as valuable as possible for Indiana students. We started with the launch in late March, knowing that we would get a lot of important feedback. We have showed you the data today about the percentage of people who have weighed in, and then next month we'll be prepared to show you those specific themes and how we plan to address those. Next month we'll have draft 2. It's not to say we'll have a third draft as well. I mean, we have to take the time to get this right. So again, thank you. Thank you for caring so much and for being here for so long. Board members, thank you as well. I know you've listened to hours and hours of testimony over the past several months, and we'll continue to do so. On that note, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.